Alrighty, hello, and welcome to the Citadel. Today we are going to the other major sci-fi that I like. We were a BattleTech slash Mech Warrior day before yesterday, and now we are in Warhammer 40k, specifically Rogue Trader. This came out yesterday, though it's been in I think alpha slash beta release for a while. So it's not brand spanking new, but I've also avoided it completely. I did not want to ruin slash spoil it for myself. I wanted it to come out and to go into it fresh, so I know next to nothing. I think you're in the Caligari sector, you're a rogue trader, you build infrastructure, you meet other characters. There's a little bit of everybody from all the different factions. There's Inquisitors, there's a whole bunch of stuff. But I've pretty much covered everything I know, other than it looks really cool. We're going to give it a shot today. Depending on how it goes, the plan is to keep playing this, and then switching back and forth between this and Mech Warrior. So, excuse me. Thank you guys for joining me. I really do appreciate it. It means a lot to me to have you watch my shows and hang out with me. And yeah, thanks so much. So with all that said, now we're gonna get into it. As usual, I haven't started the game yet at all, so I have no idea how well this is gonna run with the first time launch. Hopefully, it runs beautifully. This is made by Owlcat, the same people that made the Pathfinder series. Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous, and Kingmaker. Oh, that doesn't bode well. We're gonna use keyboard. English. Glace. Just out of curiosity, if I click this, it does change it all. Okay. I do like it when they change it like that, so that you legitimately know what you're getting yourself into. Display. Just color schema to your screen. Make sure not to lose detail in the darkest areas or brief fire or light sources. Blinded by the light? I assume this is, reset to default. You know, that looks good to me. Accessibility. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. Font size. Oh. Viewing comfort. Photonophia? Tetrophia. Interesting. So depending on what kind of issues you have, that is very cool, well done, and I respect that. A very small percentage of people will experience epileptic seizures. If that's you, please don't watch this. User agreement. Is there any devil worship at the end of this? We don't want to piss off the Emperor. Okay, games. It does not appear we're selling our soul to a devil, so we're good. Game settings. Tutorials, pause and lost focus. Turn-based mode. Controls. Void ship. Pause. Interesting. Party. 6 characters. Nice. Dialogue choices. Action bars. Graphics. Full screen. Display. Ooh, oh, I like that. My mouse isn't locked. I appreciate that as a streamer. Camera shake, I'll leave that on for now. We might need to turn it off later, depending on how bad the shake is. Although I find it immersive. Actually, I don't really know. So bloom is on. Depth of field is on. Kind of okay with that. Anti-aliasing. Qualities are high. Lighting is high. Wow, my computer is running this at high? What's at medium SSR? Fair enough. One moment, everyone. Excuse me. Sneezes and wheezes. Okay, so there's the contrast. Sounds. Character of voice responses. Interesting. Accessible. Oh, okay. Nice! Very user-friendly. I like this. Cooperative mode. Lawless worlds filled with unknown perils, deadly enemies, and ancient mysteries await you. Bring the word of the Emperor to the Kronos expanse. Or die try. Alright, well, here we go. We as developers are always striving to improve our work. To do this, we need information that we can only get from you. By sending game statistics. It's almost selling our soul to the devil, but okay, fine. Main story. Looks like eventually they might add more stories. 1 second, guys. Other story modes are coming soon, yeah. Take up the mantle of a rogue trader, the scion of an ancient dynasty of daring privateers that reign over their trade protectorate and explore the fringes of the known galaxy. Darkness looms over the bloodline of Von Valencius, as it faces multiple threats from within its own ranks and without, as countless enemies seek to destroy the most daring and brave agents of humanity. It is up to you to hold the reins of this shattered protectorate and forge a new path for the Von Vencius dynasty, currently finding itself in a vortex of wars, intrigues, calamities, and heresy. The stakes are high, and raise even higher as you cross paths with terrifyingly powerful and ambitious adversaries in the darkness of the Kronos expanse. Ooh, wow. Nice! I like it when they actually like allow you to customize all this. Reduce normal. Enemy stats are reduced. Are not reduced. Not recommended for players not familiar with the 40k Rogue Trader system. And then this just gets worse. Why are these exclamation points? Hiding behind cover has a chance to avoid enemy ranged attacks. Oh, are they things that change? Enemy stats are reduced by 20%, enemy wounds are reduced by 40%, damage inflicted by enemies is reduced by 30% after all modifiers have been applied, enemy damage is reduced by 10%, the party's momentum gains are increased. Let's just go with normal, give it a shot. I assume we can change this if we need to. I hope we can change this if we need to. Alright, custom character. So there's a couple of different characters available. I want to make my own though. Create your very own rogue trader from scratch. The possibilities are endless. When it comes to customizing your character and choosing their homeworld, gender, and background. You can also choose from a wide variety of abilities and skills, such as combat skills, social skills, and technical skills. These abilities and skills determine how your character interacts with the world and what kind of challenges they can overcome. Finally, you can choose your character's archetype. Each archetype path offers its own unique set of opportunities and challenges, so choose wisely. With all these customized options at your fingertips, you can create a rogue trader that is truly one of a kind and embark on an adventure unlike any other in the world of Warhammer. Alright, we need a portrait. Custom portrait? Oh, well that's kind of cool. Default. It's kind of sexy. He looks a little unhinged. Looks like the bad guy from Pocahontas. That just looks like the guy from Necromunda. Unhinged, too religious, zealoty. I like the pipe. Long flowing hair? What could go wrong? Matches my flowing locks beautifully. I kind of like him. I don't know how I feel about that. I was never a big fan of the tentacle toes up the nose. She almost looks demonized already. He looks almost pristine, although he's got the warrior pips in his forehead. He's cool. Oh, the claw. in his hand. It's actually really kind of cool. Oh, and these are psychers, and she's a warrior, damn. He's a little too grizzled, you know. He reminds me of Force Unleashed, the main character from that. He is cool. He's like a pirate lord. This is a French pirate lord. Let's go with the French pirate lord. Like no one's like the happy faces seem out of place in this world. Like no, that's not how that works. Holy hell. There's your Tarzan look. Actually looks a lot like Tarzan. Amazing how big a difference hair makes. Ooh, I kind of like that. Ooh. There you go. Yeah, we're going that way. Tattoo. Oh, you can have up to 5 tattoos. Augments. Skull cap seems to be a bit much. That's looking kind of cool.
Fit for the Fond Phalancius annals.
Look upon the Emperor's faithful and tremble.
To arms! Success is the only outcome I accept.
I will delight my masters with your demise.
Death's hand reaches for me.
You didn't stand a chance!
The Emperor gave me a vision.
This could be an opportunity. Time to reap the spoils of the battle.
Like
I'll
that.
make it happen.
We have purified.
A new challenge for me. For the glory of the dynasty!
The best defense is a good offense.
Yeah, a little bit of seasoned to it. Clothes not available yet. Okay, homeworld. It's a death world. Minus the fellowship and int, but toughness, strength, and agility are up. Death worlds, the plants, beasts, and sometimes even the environment itself take aggressive and destructive forms inimical to human life. Whilst exceptionally difficult to colonize. Think of it as D&D. Thanks, Brooke. Have you played already? Many also welcome, buddy. How are you doing today? Many death worlds possess valuable resources that require an outpost or other human presence upon the planet's surface to harvest. Thus, harsh environments result in some of the hardest and most resilient populations in the galaxy. CL's played it a bit? Okay. I've been avoiding it so that I don't get spoilers. Wounded Beast. Every injury increases the Death World's character's ability and willpower. Lifetime of Scars. Trusty weapon. Tenacity. Voidborn. Voidborn are humans birthed in the belly of a void vessel or aboard an ancient orbital satellite. Those who have lived their lives on void ships become inured to some extent due to the reality-altering process of warp travel and to living in low or zero gravity environments. In many cases, their features are drawn and their skin paled. They may even have minor deformities or a strangeness to their speech, gait, or general appearance that sets them apart from others. At some point you pick up a space wolf? Yeah, that's what I heard. Contagious luck. Jinx. Fortune. Parry chance. Test. Additional. Blah, blah, blah. Bloody mess. Just a flesh wound. Be smart. Hive world. Camaraderie. Dodge. Hiveworld's population is so dense that great swaths of the surface of the world are frequently covered in gargantuan cities, bejeweled with towering spires that pierce the atmosphere. Hive worlds are vital to the welfare of the Imperium and are the beating heart of its economy and war machine. They produce munitions for the Emperor's armies and vast manufactories, mine valuable minerals, and refine fuel for the Imperial, Navy. Innumerable regiments of the Astra Militarum are raised from their massive populations as well. Wonder what an Imperial world is. We'll get there. Forge World. Forge worlds are are the domain of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Entire planets coded to the demands of vast macro industries. Each is a manufacturing supercomplex of unimaginable capacity and power. Over the millennia, different forge worlds have become especially renowned for their philosophies or ways of war. These are often colored by the technologies they specialize in manufacturing. The bulk of a forge world's population is utilized as a labor force, whilst the fortunate few may be inducted into the ranks of the Adeptus Mechanicus itself. Manufacture, yeah. I said it weird, I will agree. Toughness and intelligence, but fellowship is down? That makes sense. Forge World characters can use persuasion, coherence, and commerce based on intelligence. Instead of fellowship. Neat. Cannot fall prone. Imperial World. An Imperial World is one of a million planets united by the belief in the immortal God Emperor. Hailing from hyper-technological societies to grimy feudal populations, the inhabitants of countless worlds offer fealty and devotion to the master of humanity and the imperial creed espoused by his servants. The designation Imperial World encompasses a vast array of wholly dissimilar worlds that are nevertheless part of the Imperium. So they're using it as a catch-all for basically everything that isn't right here. And they're using it for a more religious bend. Die for the Emperor, no heresy. Yeah, this isn't us. Doing my part. Fortress worlds are planets where the entire populace is immersed in warfare. They constantly train for the day that they may be called upon to defend the Imperium. A charge they solemnly uphold. Fortress worlds are established as bulwarks against the enemy. Every citizen is a soldier, trained to fight from the moment they can handle a gun. Character kills an enemy, they gain plus 10 stacks and never stop shooting. The start of their turn, there is a stacks of never stop shooting percentage chance that their first attack this round will cost 0 AP and will not count towards the attack limit per round. It says hyper technology societies. Wouldn't that be highly advanced? Not just the grimy feudal populations? Read it again. These planets united by the belief in the immortal god Emperor, hailing from technological societies. So I assume that means highly advanced technological societies to poorly advanced, grimy feudal populations. The inhabitants of countless worlds offer fealty and devotion to the master of humanity. They're using it as what seems to be a religious ability, but it seems to say it's just a catch-all for all worlds, whether they're the agrarian worlds or somewhere in between. Alright, so we got Death World. I'm not a big fan of the minus int in Fellowship, I'll be honest. Voidborn, minus strength. They got lazy for that one? Yeah, that seems to be the case. Well, it seemed to be like, we've got Death Worlds, Voidborn, Hive, Forge, Fortress. There are agrarian worlds, there are fishing worlds, there are this, that, and the other thing worlds. Instead of going through another billion worlds, let's just put Imperial worlds and make it kind of geared towards the God Emperor's worship and call it good. -5 from Fellowship. Combat Addict. While in combat. Death Worlds don't have skulls. Fair enough. I'm looking at Void or Forged. They fight to live. That is true. This Forged don't have features. That's
I'm Commander Shepard, and this is my favorite store on the Citadel.
Skylar Green 01, thank you for the follow, man. Welcome to the Citadel. Appreciate it. You say Death World? I like the intelligence. How you doing, Skylar? Watching your stream for the first time. Appreciate it, bud. Thanks for stopping by. Did more you? I can't deny that. I don't generally use the brain as much as I like my brain. What? Survival instinct. What is survival instinct? Doing good. What about you? I'm doing okay. Excited to get into this. More meat shield and punching bag than brains. Yeah. Shush you. Once for combat, when the wounds of a Death Worlder character drop below 30%, they gain 20% of their maximum wounds as temporary wounds. Death World characters also gain a 20% bonus to dodge and armor while they have at least one temporary wound from any source. Really like the way you played and entertained your audience. You really deserve a YouTube channel. Thanks, bud. I'm working on setting up one, so hopefully soon there'll be a connection between the two. It'll be mostly a VODs channel for now, but appreciate the support. It's not mean when it's true. Thanks a lot, Baruch. Strength in numbers. That wasn't what I want. Fortune. Voidborn characters can re-roll any failed attack, dodge, parry, characteristic, or skill test with a 20% chance of success. I did like the VOD you sent. You sent some really good ones over the last couple of days, Baruch. This chance cannot be greater than the base success chance of the roll. Additionally, any enemy dodge or parry against a Voidborn character has a 20% chance to fail after a successful roll. Interesting. How long have you been streaming? I have been streaming for almost 3 years. I think. Almost 2 years? How long have I? It's almost 3 years. Almost 3 years. Dino era. I'm not that old. Oh, Fellowship is down, but there is no specialty features for the Forge Worlder. Appreciate it. It's a long time? Yeah. It's a thing. I'm a mere piker compared to some, but I've enjoyed it. We gotta have that strength. Gosh darn it, Baruch. Scared the crap out of me. Haven't been using those lately. Lifetime of Scars. Death Worlder characters take less damage from flame, toxic damage, and bleeding. Alright, that kind of actually makes me want to do it. Every injury increases the Death Worlder character's agility and willpower. What do you play? What other games do I play? A little bit of everything. Recently we've been doing Mech Warrior 5. I was doing keeping you alive. I was doing Lost World for a little while. A little bit of everything. Which one? The MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries. Or Lost World would be 1 and 2. Team up for part 2. Oh, Darktide, yeah, would be nice. We should go back to Darktide again soon. Ish. You really think Death Worlder? That -5 to strength concerns me for him. I like the, what is it, Steel of the Forge. Cannot fall prone. You need to fix your OBS? Is it still not working for you? Reduction against any target they hit with a single attack. Fires of the Forge. But these guys, like Pinnacle Weaponry, yeah, Meltoplasma, and I want, if I'm being completely honest, I'm more or less going for Space Marine bolter weapons. Let's try Death World. Mostly play Counter-Strike. I have not played it. Excuse me, guys, I gotta blow my nose. I believe I own it, but I never got around to playing Counter-Strike. Who has what that I don't? What are you, which one are you talking about, Baruch? I've been going back and forth between different backgrounds so much. Counter-Strike's a good game. I've heard good things about it in the past. Lifetime of Scars. Forge World. I don't have all the augments. I actually like my human parts. They have brains, thanks. What is your favorite game? What is my favorite game? Of all time? So I guess the game I have played the most would be Ghostbusters. Ghostbusters, the video game. I owned the original on the PlayStation 4, and I played it into oblivion. You have a joke for that game? Apart from Mass Effect. Mass Effect is another really good one. I loved Mass Effect. The original three games never finished, actually, Andromeda. As far as my favorite, like it comes and goes. Some days I feel certain things and some days I don't. My favorite game is Minecraft. Minecraft's another good one. I spent a lot of time on Minecraft when I was in college. Dang it, Baruch, you scared me again. Alright, fine. We'll go Death World. It's a good game. It is a good game. Minecraft has a special part in my heart because I had a whole bunch of friends who were like, "This game's awesome," and I'm like, "It's just bricks. It's stupid. Go away." And then I actually tried it. It was really good. Ooh. Astral Militarum Commander, Commissar, Crime Lord, Ministrum Priest, Navy Officer. Help you keep you like, yeah. Noble. Ooh. I like the spikes out the back. Your backrest is never safe though. Ooh. The knife is bent. Can I just say that the knife is bent? I don't think the knife is supposed to bend that way. Sanctioned Psyker. You have brain plug. That's actually a really cool outfit. I gotta say, I love the hat. Gamepad detected. Cancel. I love the hat. They normally look like that, yeah, fair enough. So Astra Militarum, commonly known as the Imperial Guard, is the primary fighting force of the Imperium and the first line of defense from the myriad threats that endanger the existence of humanity in the 41st millennia. You have served as one of the commanders of the Astra Militare Regiment, commanding thousands and winning battles in the name of the God Emperor. Northern California? I'm from Wisconsin. Up in the North Country. Oh, my camera died. Born and raised up in Wisconsin, so. Characteristic modifiers is perception, medica? So I assume this is your medicine? Yeah, treating wounds. Suppression fire, field of fire, unflinching heroism. Can I know my PC specs? I'd be fine sharing it with you if I knew it. Game is like D&D, yeah. Task manager. Doinkus. So, NVIDIA GeForce RX T for my GPU. My CPU is... Oh, this is my graphics. And my mem. I am not much of a computer guy. I went to Best Buy and said, "This is what I do. Can you help me find a computer?" So unfortunately, I can't say, well, I've got this, that, and the other thing. I just know how to look up some of it. It's about a year old computer now, I think. It's a great PC. I like it. So. Unflinching heroism. Heroic act, medica, so skill modifiers. Regimental tactics. I don't know what you're looking for. Fair enough. Ballistics. The following features will be available after original advancement. So this is what you start with. Commissars of the Office Profectus are ruthless officers charged with maintaining the morale, discipline, and fighting spirit of the Astro Militarum Regiment. You used to be one of those faithful servants of the God Emperor, a living symbol of Imperium authority, regarded with a mixture of fear and awe by your subordinates. You had someone build yours? Nice, Berg. Notice that your channel doesn't have sub badges and emotes. Why is that? I don't know a lot about those things, and do you have plans for that? Not. So yes, I want to add them. No, I'm not exactly like this is how I'm doing it or when I'm doing it. I kind of started this as like a hobby / something else to do, and I'm still figuring out my way. I'm open to suggestions. Just please understand that just because you suggested it doesn't mean it will happen or happen in a timely manner. At all costs, so fellowship, athletics. Why? I guess I understand. Fellowship. Why does a commissar have fellowship? Some killer sub badges and emotes for 50+ streamers. Show you some of the work. Maybe later, bud. Not right this second. Oops. Coercion. Cohesion. Coercion? Coercion. Good boy. Share your Discord, I'll send the work over there. My Discord, the Discord, is in the About Me page. That's the Discord for this group. You can find my personal Discord there as well for direct messages. Some commissars make good friends for some of the groups. Fair enough. Talent and manipulate other people through intimidation. I suppose is there really such a thing as persuasion in 40k? It's all It's all intimidation, isn't it? Crime lord, awareness, logic, perception, weapon skills. The Imperium survives and prospers in no small part due to the narrowness of its vision. But a rebellious mind and will, such as yours, could not be so easily constrained. The dark paths of smugglers and renegades that wind behind the facade of the Imperial society offer a dangerous refuge for those willing to bow to the law. Unwilling to bow to the law. There we go. You used to be one of those dangerous yet resourceful individuals. Surefire plan. Ministerum's priest. An ecclesiarchy known formally as the Adeptus Ministorum is institution that oversees the galaxy-spanning religion of the Imperium. The ecclesiarchy's complex hierarchies of cardinals, missionaries, preachers, and zealous laity ensure the prescribed prayers and invocations are made, all the while instructing the masses to guard against heresy and deviance. You used to be one of those fiery and charismatic individuals concerned with keeping a close watch on your congregation. I am not going a religious route. I did that for my major in college. I'm good. The Imperial Navy is responsible for the fleets of void ships that assert the dominance of the Imperium amid the stars, and fulfill other duties connected to the void and warp travel. Used to be a Navy officer, and a commander of a void ship, hardened in numerous battles and famous for resounding victories. Fellowship, demolition, commerce, and agility. Noble. The high nobility of the Imperium are an enormously privileged and powerful elite, a breed apart from the common masses they rule. You grew into adulthood upon a pedestal of affluence and grandeur that towered high above the common masses. You expected their obedience and lived upon the fruits of their toil, surrendered to your family in solemn fealty. And some noble make friends. Persuasion and coercion. Intelligence is up. You serve me. Who will become their servant until the end of combat. Sanctioned Psychers. You can throw lightning bolts. Just sent you my work. Great if you can check it out and let me know. Will do. I'll look into it. Thank you, buddy, for your assistance? How do I want to phrase that? For reaching out? How about we go there? So what do we want to do for our character? Well, I suppose I could read. Psychers are feared and distrusted, but are nonetheless valuable assets to the Imperium. The role of the Adeptus Astra Telepathica is to recruit, identify, and classify those found to possess psychic abilities. The most powerful, who somehow survive the rigorous sanctioning rituals, are selected to serve on the battlefield. The mind of a sanctioned psyker is steeled against the manifold dangers risked by wielders of warp powers. You were one of those found worthy to serve humanity and have miraculously survived the perils of the warp. No damaging psyker powers count as weapon attacks, counting toward the normal attack limit per round, and gaining all the benefits of abilities and talents increasing the damage of attacks. For example, a soldier using a running gun ability will be able to use damage psychic powers twice per turn. Psi rating 0. Character is a psyker, albeit a weak one. Great. So we've got Militarum Commander. Will do. Thanks, bud. So I like the Militarum, the Commissar. I'm not a fan. I like his outfit, but I'm not a fan of the Crime Lord. I'm not gonna do Priest. There's the Naval Officer. I like his hat. Sounds good. you know, the I was gonna say that's a cape, but that's actually, I mean, it is a cape, but it's supposed to be a jacket, I think. Yeah, because these are the sleeves. Noble. Persuasion, coercion. So you have ballistic skills. Weapon skills. All forms of close combat. Next, single shot or single target melee attack applies the following traits. Sounds good, Skylar. Have a good one, buddy. Thanks for stopping by. So, chat, you got any thoughts as to what we should play? Appreciate it. Agility demolitions. What is demolitions? Is this... Use to deactivate traps, allows the use of to use explosives to blast containers open and break through closed doors. Rogue Trader does have co-op. I want to do single player, to be honest, though. Blocked passageways. Agility, fellowship, commerce. You thought it was solo enemy? Yeah, no, apparently there is multiplayer. You're watching someone do co-op? Cool. Allies affected by brace fire impact have blah. Duty and honor. So these are things that apply to enemy target. The target becomes marked. The ally who kills the marked enemy gains an additional turn after the current one with +2 AP and MP. +4 MP. What's for combat? Allied target. All allies gain an additional... All allies gain an additional. That's actually kind of nice. And all their allies deal an additional blah % damage to enemies that are adjacent to the commander or their allies until the end of the commander's next turn. Can only be used once per combat. For one round, the Navy officer and their allies in a 3-cell radius gain +2 deflection for each archetype. They also cannot be forcefully moved or over-penetrated. A whole nother turn is really tempting. Weapon skill reflects the character's competency for all forms of close combat. That's like my only concern, though. This is all close combat. Let's see what Kamazar gets us. Played a key role in exposing a conspiracy among your superior officers. Your name has become synonymous for loyalty and valor, and your vestige has adorned many Imperial Guard propaganda posters. You directed a heroic attack on an Imperial Guard regiment that breached the gates of a fortress held by heretics. So here's a question. If I change... does this change? Awareness, commerce, tech use. It does. Under your command, a void ship braved a terrible warp storm without a single casualty among the crew. Your ship became the first to take a now reclaimed warp route to a cluster of humanity's lost worlds. You lured a pirate squadron into a gravitational tear of a star, thereby destroying the whole fleet through your cunning alone. Commissars adjacent to an enemy, all of their allies gain flee bonus. It's under the effect of at all cost. To any allied character, they give +2 movement points more. Momentum is less than 100 points. Killing the marked enemy or targeting an ally grants blah. Naval officer, perfect timing. Rolling around, the Navy officer and their allies gain deflection for each archetype taken by the Navy officer. You say Apex? Which of the origins though do you think I should do, Baruch, or anyone in chat? You guys have any ideas? I'm kind of torn. There's a lot of like choosing stuff in the background, which is really kind of cool. Tech use. That actually sounds really. So it's the character's ability to use or repair complex mechanical items. A high tech use value enables the character to even be able to fathom the workings of unknown technical artifacts. What in the commissar? Fellowship weapons skill. That's more melee based. Next single shot or single target melee attack applies the following. The target becomes marked. The ally who kills the marked enemy gains an additional turn after the current one. After this page? Oh. Apex logic, coercion, or demolition. I'm leaning. I guess I'm leaning towards that the officer. +2 defense for each archetype taken. I assume archetypes are like your. Tech use. Oh. You journey through the dark and forsaken systems, and the things you have seen left a mark on your soul that will never heal. Once in your past, when the temptation of easy gains got the better of you, you resorted to piracy and were caught red-handed. Sounds good. Your ship was boarded by pirates and you barely survived, enduring many horrors during your time in captivity. I like I mean, I don't like the persuasion hit, but I like the thought of surviving of the Shadow of Torment. You can only choose one of the first tier archetypes at this moment. Archetypes are development paths that your characters follow. Each archetype encapsulates a unique set of skills and expertise and represents a specific combat specialization, from the frontline warrior to the indispensable leader preferring to command from the rear. Choose who you want to be in the grim dark future. So warrior, officer, operative, soldier, run and gun, revel and slaughter, firearm mastery, dismantling attacks, use intelligence and perception to find and exploit weaknesses, precision strikes, movement and ranged attacks, cover and dodge, and burst fire area attacks. Extra turns, single target buffs, rescuing allies, momentum. Melee, movement, dodge, armor, and parry, taunt, soaking damage. Combatants boasting exceptional melee prowess, dealing with high damage in close quarters combat and withstanding heavy amounts of damage. They also excel at drawing enemies' attention from less defended allies. Soldier is a master of all ranged weapons, quickly able to assume an advantageous position from where they stand ready to rain fire on the enemy. While well trained in a highly diverse range of arms, a soldier is particularly proficient in blasting their targets with burst fire or aerial weapons. You know, that armor, you know, poo. Athletics, coercion, weapons, skill, strength, toughness, agility. Tech use 5, agility. What did I lose? I lost persuasion. Strength, toughness, agility. Strength, agility. Ballistic skills. Strength, toughness, agility. Is agility not here? Strength, agility. I lost. I have perception too, don't I? Nope, that was not where I wanted to go. Archetype. Strength, toughness, agility. I don't have perception. I do have demolition though, and commerce, but that doesn't matter much here. So there's a critical hit for axes, hammers, and las weapons. So wait. Oh. Interesting. So Forge Worlder adds agility. Yeah, okay. Intelligence and toughness. Interesting. Okay. I kind of want to do ballistic skill. Immediately removes the winded effect until the end of combat. The soldier gains the following bonuses. Well, I guess. Store the MP and gains till the end of the turn. They don't lose MP after performing attacks. The warrior has no limit on melee weapon attacks this turn. Let's try warrior, I guess? Assassin, Vanguard, Arc Militant. Agility, Perception, and Ballistic Skill. Give me single shot, single melee, okay. So at 16, we can go Arc Militant. Question is, where do I want to be until then? Agility bonus, the next attack. So agility is a big one to me. It's in both. So is strength, I believe. Yeah. Athletics. Demolition and commerce. Tech use. So demolition. There are no. Okay. High damage in close quarters combat and withstanding heavy amounts of damage. That's probably where I should go. Alright, so I have 30 points available. So they do it in fives, okay. Accuracy with firearms. Character is damage a character inflicts with melee weapons and allows them to lift heavier objects. All forms of close combat. Increases their parry resistance to enemy parry and dodge chances. What was the archetype and what does it want? Agility, strength, toughness, weapon skill. Actually, with all forms of range, defines how easily a character can shrug off. injuries. Character's ability to interact with other creatures to deceive, charm, or befriend them. Ability to withstand the horrors of the warp. See their surroundings. Okay, let's try that. Sword Class Frigate is a classic combat ship proven in thousands of battles, combining decent firepower, high speed, and respectable survivability. The Von Verse flagship is the mightiest horde ship belonging to the Von Valanicus dynasty. Every system aboard this frigate has been tried and tested in innumerable engagements. Its weapons and turrets deliver hard-hitting volleys with pinpoint accuracy. Its plasma drives are rugged, yet reliable in extreme conditions. The flagship size and maneuverability are perfect for pursuing smaller, faster raiders and for hunting the countless pirates, Xenos, and heretics in the Kronos Expanse. Numerous Von Valencius rogue traders have acknowledged the exceptional performance of this vessel, and with a few minor updates, the flagship has continued to faithfully serve the Von Valencia dynasty. Alright. Modification of the Sword class designed to deliver fire strikes against larger enemy ships, not shying away from engagements with superior opponents. High speed versus firepower? What's a fire strike? The Unforgiven. Ooh, I like that. Daring Destiny. Destiny Hunter. Mercy of the Stars. Crybdis? Victim Erebus. Seeker's Haven. I like Seeker's Haven. $25. $26. Personal. Edit name. Citadel. Persuasion. Let's give it a go. It only took me an hour and a half to build my character. Kind of a weird thought to think I own all of this.
An excellent place for contemplation. One has the best view of the cathedral from here. Mesmerizing, wouldn't you say? An impeccable manifestation of the God Emperor's sublimity.
Man who has approached you is gazing down at the depths of the vast temple on one of the lower decks. You are in a dialogue. Here you can learn more about current events, influence the character you are speaking to, or even alter the course of the game's narrative. Your character's personal story depends on the dialogue choices you make. Available dialogue options are displayed on the right. Select a reply, left click, pressing the corresponding digit on the keyboard. Got it. Truly an awe-inspiring sight. Frankly, such excess can be tiring at times. All the ostentatious luxury, this laughable pretense. It is enough to make one think the architects meant to compensate rather than glorify. Do you have a particular reason for disturbing me? There's a lot of decisions in this game, and I've already reached analysis paralysis. Have we met?
Allow me to introduce myself. Conrad Voigtfear, Master of Whispers, in the employ of Her Ladyship rogue trader Theodora von Valencias. At your service. I haven't had the pleasure of speaking with you in person before.
This guy bows head and focuses his attention on you. You can hover your cursor over highlighted words to learn about them, tooltips, better understand the world of the game and its mechanics. Words are highlighted when they first appear in text. Scroll up the dialog box to see the desired highlighted term. Such as the Imperium, a unique hereditary title, a rogue trader is tasked with exploring and exploiting the still uncharted regions of the galaxy. Commodore Citadel von Maynard. Lord Captain of Drusius's Blessing.
My regards, Lord Captain. Though, perhaps I should refrain from addressing you thus well. Aboard this vessel. With all due respect, Commodore.
Smiles faintly, but you are not sure it is directed at you.
I will be frank with you. You may forget your past titles, no matter who gave them to you, or what their origins are. From the moment you and the other candidate were brought aboard this void ship, your fate changed. You now serve Lord Captain Theodora von Valencias, and carry the burden of an heir of this house. Henceforth, you share your dynastic name with Her Ladyship. Bear it with honor.
Oh, I board this vessel. You have a curious title, Master of Whispers. What are your
To
responsibilities?
put it plainly, I am the head of the network of spies and informers who serve the interests of House von Valencius. I uncover weak links both among Lady Theodora's retinue and in the ranks of her rivals. I eliminate our vulnerabilities and exploit those of others.
Why am I aboard this vessel? Why have I been brought here?
So that you may fulfill your blood duty. Whatever obligations you had before, they are henceforth null and void. By order of the Lord Captain, you have been requisitioned to serve the rogue trader, indeed blessed by the God Emperor. I see that you are shocked. Yes, you understood correctly. Lady Theodora's authority indeed supersedes that of those whom you obeyed before. The Lord Captain's power is so great that she is capable of performing unthinkable feats, such as changing the fate of a servant of the Imperium. Your fate.
Tell me about the one whose ship I would have found myself.
I would rather not discuss the Lord Captain behind her back, especially not on board her ship. No one knows better than I that whispers are wont to attract particularly close attention. Suffice it to say that her ladyship is the bearer of the sacred warrant of trade and a woman of immense power and entitlement. However privileged your position may be, I ask that you do not incur her anger by being disrespectful or obtuse. Lady Theodora despises both qualities.
Say I'm one of the rogue trader's heirs, so there's another candidate?
There is. And you will meet him soon enough.
I assume you have some goal in mind when you decide to speak out. Seek me out. Let us address it.
But of course, I have come to invite you to a meeting with Lady Theodora. I imagine you have many questions for your patroness, and I'm sure she has just as many questions for you. It is regrettable that you haven't yet had an opportunity to speak. It has been an arduous voyage thus far. The Lord Captain and Master Edelthrad von Valencius are conversing on the observation platform. Let us join them there.
To personally meet with the person recently, follow him. Character by clicking. Change your point of view, move your camera. Interactable objects. Some objects in the game can be interacted with in a special way. They are marked with specific icons. Some icons allow you to study objects, others will transfer the character to neighboring locations or launch small event. These icons become visible when your character is standing close enough to interact with the object. Left mouse button on the icon to perform the associated action. Some interactive objects, such as doors or chests, are not always marked with icons, but the cursor changes when you hover over them. Hover your cursor over an object. If your cursor changes, the object is interactable with. Tab to highlight objects your character can interact with. That's what I wanted. Massive conference table, obviously crafted of real wood, a resource incredibly valuable. Avoid void ships.
Always keep your eye on the price.
Sacred mechanism has been interfered with without due reverence. Data science process has tripled.
Keep your wits about you.
Candlelit altar, a copy of volume of the Lexus Imperialis, Codex of the Sacred Laws of the Imperium.
Is there money to be made?
the Von Valencia's trophy rooms. Perhaps you would like to take a look around after your audience with the Lord Captain.
That's kind of cool. They have a tank.
What's happening?
Run! The servitors have gone berserk!
No mercy to those who oppose Von Valancius.
To survive in the grim darkness of the far future, you will have to face enemies of all kinds and fight for your life. These hints and tutorials will familiarize you with the combat system of Warhammer. Click the button at the top of the screen to start the battle. Can I get in the tank and shoot it? Can it be that simple? Just asking for a friend? Okay. Ow. Ow. All combat in the game are all battles in the game are turn-based and take place on a grid. On their turn, a character can move, attack, and use their abilities. Select a cell within the highlighted area and double-click on it to move the character there. Movement points determine how far a character can move on their turn. One movement point corresponds to one cell on the battlefield. Moving diagonally is more costly. Even second diagonal cells use 2 MP. At the beginning of each turn, movement points are restored to their maximum value. Note that once a character starts moving, this action can no longer be cancelled. Action points. To make attacks and use abilities in combat, a character must spend action points, AP. Their total is displayed on the panel at the bottom of the screen. Oh, okay, so this I assume is movement, and this I assume is action. Every attack or ability has a certain AP cost associated with it. The number of squares next to the icon of attack actions and their abilities indicates their AP costs and other abilities. At the start of each character's turn, their AP are restored to their maximum value. To attack, first left mouse button on a single shot icon on the weapons panel. At the bottom of the screen. Excuse me, hover the cursor over an enemy. A tooltip will appear showing your character, your chances of hitting the enemy and the possible damage you can deal on a successful hit. Left click on the enemy to fire. The amount of damage your character deals depends on the parameters of the weapon they are using. The effectiveness of the shot depends on the distance between the character and their enemy. When you target an enemy with a single shot, you will see 2 areas denoting the weapon's effective and maximum firing ranges. Certain abilities in the game are considered attack actions and can only be used once per turn, unless affected by a specific talent or other abilities, excuse me, a character might have. If a character performs an attack action, they will not be able to attack again and will lose their remaining movement points until the start of their next turn. You ready to end your turn? Press space or click the end turn button.
On it. Another enemy down.
What suspiciously poor timing for such an accident. Servitors malfunction on the officer's deck at exactly the same moment when the rogue trader and her heirs are gathered here. I have blocked all passages between the upper and lower sectors of the residential decks. If this is a deliberate attack, it should stop the culprits from advancing their plan.
Without taking his eyes off the bodies on the floor, Voigtivar removes the Voxcaster from his belt and speaks a few quick orders into the device. Then he turns to you.
I'm afraid I must remain here. For Lady Theodora's safety, I have to oversee the execution of these orders personally. I hope you will have no difficulty reaching the observation platform on your own. It is just at the end of this corridor.
You can open the map with M. Wise Sorter's head are still smoldering. It would seem the cause of the malfunction was the short-circuiting of the motive force. Tarantula sentry gun, constructed with the blessing of the Adeptus Mechanicus, using a standard template construct in the manufactorums of Kivav Gamma. Violet alloy, which upon closer inspection turns out to be a handcrafted object. Symbols carved with a primitive tool are visible on the surface. A black shard resembling obsidian. If you look closely, you can discern a strange, barely perceptible glow inside the artifact. Lehman Russ battle tank reclaimed and restored by the grace of the God Emperor I to breach the capital walls during the pacification of Vortez Chutan.
I always have a backup plan.
This exhibit is unfinished. Another symbol of House Valencia's valor will be displayed here at some point in the future.
Let us not dawdle.
Massive golden amalgam interspersed with sparkling particles. The stone on the pedestal is no doubt solid, but its surface shimmers and changes hue as if someone has captured a piece of turbulent sea within the rock. A strange object that resembles sea coral. The porous surface is pitted, A site that is... It has been a sign that has been underwater. So it's probably coral. Got it. A gray-green crystal with white veins. A low hum can be heard coming from the artifact. Grand Void Ship Temple occupies the entire space below the officer's deck and is lit by countless candles and lumens.
I always keep my options open.
Beg your pardon, Lordship, after the incident with the servitors, the passage is closed.
Keep your wits about you.
I don't like how everyone drew their guns just as I walked up here. Can we, like, not do that?
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Massive golden structure never stops moving for a moment. Lights bounce off the orbits. And figures representing celestial bodies.
I always have a backup plan.
Edelthrod. That is simply irrational, Lady Theodora, says the man dressed in peculiar garb, his voice tight with tension, his face, half of which is covered by synth skin, is twisted in a grimace of displeasure and disbelief. Assimilation into the trade structure would be political and economic suicide, practically an admission of heresy. Just one moment, guys, I gotta blow my nose. Tall, gray-haired woman pins him with her gaze, her cybernetic eye flashing crimson. Then suggest an alternative that will satisfy me. I have described the situation, no worse than my seneschal could have done. Make a decision. What will you do with Aeon 6? Edelthrod? Survey the room. Your first impression of Edelthrod, who appears to be about 30 years old, is of parchment-like skin stretched over a tightly bundled mass of sinew, implants, and bone. The nervously twitching fingers, the face twisted by a slight tic, The jerky movements are all signs of some illness or defect that has taken over his physical form. In stark contrast to Ethelthrod, Theodora von Valencia's features appear as if they were carved from marble, eternal and indestructible. Head raised high, proud posture, hands clasped closely behind her back, casually behind her back. Everything seems to emphasize the difference in status between her and, God damn it, Ethelthrod. Behind the two of them, you see two more men. One is a gray-haired officer of impeccable bearing who is studying the contents of his data slate. The other is a behemoth bristling with holsters and baldrics containing all manner of weapons. Our second candidate has joined us. The dry female voice and the powerful feeling of being watched force you to look at Theodora. The rogue trader is looking straight at you, and her gaze, like herself, is predatory and oppressive. Citadel, approach and give me your answer. Consider this hypothetical situation. Aeon 6, a new world on the fringes of the Kronos expanse. High seismic activity, regular magma eruptions, metamorphic rock deposits, prospects for large-scale mining. The world is populated by natives who worship some heretical underworld spirits that protect those who offer them sacrifices. Flights of fancy, you might say, but attempts to install ore extractors have failed for the second time. The mining crews sent to the planet's surface simply vanished overnight. My question to you is, what would you do with this poisoned treasure? Your character's skills reflect their knowledge and compatibilities. Some dialogues automatically initiate passive skill tests. If such a test succeeds, new information will be revealed or a hidden dialogue option will unlock. If your character is traveling with allies, the party member with the highest score in the applicable skill is selected for each given passive skill test. I like that. So, warp. Those spirits could well be natives named for dangerous aliens, or Xenos, excuse me. I would first verify if that is indeed the case, and if the population engages in Xenos worship. There are ways to confirm whether what is happening is witchcraft or not. It might cost several psychers to do so, but it will give us the answer. I would check for Xenos. Theodora arches an eyebrow. Reasonable and prudent. However, chasing after ethereal creatures may prove a rather long and fruitless endeavor. Edelthard scoffs. Apart from Xenos, an untrodden planet might be teeming with myriad horrors that are far more dangerous and difficult to eradicate. I suspect that you, Citadel, are simply unaware of their existence. I gave a straight answer to a simple question, which, as I understand, was still more than you could do, Ethelthrod. Both servants of the God Emperor and Lady Theodora. Does it become anyone of our status to engage in petty feuds? I find your tone most disagreeable, Ethelthrod. you will kindly alter the manner in which you address me, or else you will live to regret the consequences. I gave a straight answer to a simple question, which, as I understand, was still more than you can do. The color drains from Ethelthral's face, which distorts his features further. Insolent, ignorant upstart, how dare you! Ethelthrad. Theodore's tone renders him silent. I believe I gave you an assignment on this ship. Explain to me then, why my senior cogurgator is still dawdling about the officer's deck instead of proceeding to the middle decks to commence the inspection of the compartments in his purview. I beg your forgiveness, Lady Theodora. Your presence has such a profound effect on me that I will forget the time. Ethelthrad bows ceremoniously and takes his leave without sparing you another look. Theodora's gaze follows him as he leaves. Then she turns to you. So, Citadel, why are you here? I do not know just yet. I hope you will clarify that. Theodora smiles wryly. Clarity, a luxury that few of us can afford. There is a reason why I did not explain all the details of the question I posed to you earlier. Beyond the borders of the Imperium, seldom is one granted an opportunity to enjoy information in abundance. This, however, is one such opportunity. My name is Theodore von Valencias, Massimo Afscaras. I am a rogue trader in the service of the God Emperor of humanity, and my rights and freedoms are vindicated by a most sacred relic, the warrant of trade. Kept aboard this very vessel, mine is the honor to venture into the darkness beyond the Imperium and carry humanity's light, where powers wicked and heretical reign and abode death and ruin to us all. Just 1 second, guys. I gotta answer the phone.
I'm Commander Shepard, and this is my favorite store on the Citadel.
Hey, Lina Henry? I apologize if I'm saying your name wrong, buddy. Thank you for the follow and welcome to the Citadel. How am I doing? I'm doing okay. How are you doing today? And sorry about the little interruption there. I had to answer the phone. It is my decision alone to determine the fate of whatever I find past the bounds of the explored void. Every world I discover, along with all there is to find thereon, resources, people, riches, and mysteries, is mine by right. I command millions of lives, rule over numerous planets, and possess fortunes that no planetary governor or commander could dream of amassing. And you, Citadel, are one of those with the von Valentius blood in their veins and a rightful claim to the inheritance when the hour comes. Pretty good, and thanks you. Yeah, no problem. I think the vibe of your stream is really amazing. Appreciate the support. I hope that people enjoy it. One of? Does that mean there are other heirs? Naturally. Some have yet to arrive on board, but you have had the pleasure of meeting one of them. Ethelthrad may be somewhat disconcerted by the scale of the responsibilities that may potentially fall upon his shoulders. However, I have a good feeling about him as a candidate. Blood right alone is not enough to earn the high honor of becoming the bearer of a warrant of trade. Nevertheless, your abilities and talents may yet prove useful. If not for the role of Lord Captain, then for that of their closest ally. Theodora sighs and looks away pensively for a brief moment. Alas, even those responsibilities can at times be too challenging for those who share your blood. Kenrat served me for many years before he made his mistake. Often do I stream? Right now I'm supposed to and have scheduled in my head to stream 5 days a week. A lot of times I do 6 or 7. Sometimes I do less. How's your Christmas plan? Right now I really don't have much. Just hanging out with the fam, you know? Don't really have a lot of extra cash to just go bombing around, so just kind of a quiet Christmas. How about you? You got any exciting plans? If you're satisfied with Ethelthrad, then what sense is there in having this conversation? Why are you wasting your time on me? Goal is to create some original Christmas artwork. Nice. Appreciate the invite. I don't know quite if I'm there yet, though, to be doing that kind of stuff. Invite might be the wrong word. I don't have a good feel on the artwork yet, or where I am as far as what I want for artwork right now. Theodore shakes her head. Impatience. I am rather fond of impatient people. They are not as quick to resign themselves to circumstance and more eager to show initiative. Even if I do choose Edelrath as my successor, I will still require loyal advisors. The skills and knowledge you acquired in your former life may prove invaluable here in the Kronos Expanse. Do you have a Discord? I do have a Discord. My community Discord is linked in the About Me page, and you can get my personal Discord from there if you're interested. I'm not going to bring it up right now in the middle of the stream. You were once a Lord Captain yourself. Aboard your own ship, you know everything there is to know about the life of this gargantuan beast and its thousands of crew members. You know how fickle machine spirits can be, how weak-willed are the rabble from the lower decks, how a single tactical decision can turn the tide of a battle. Few people can claim to have such priceless experience that is so highly sought after in my calling. Moreover, Theodora inclines her head slightly, your remarkable mental abilities were noted in your profile. You can find a way to exhibit them in the service of the von Valencia's dynasty. Well, so much the better. Did I hear you correctly? The Master of Whispers is related to you? His kinship to me is most distant, as is yours. Nevertheless, he does bear the name of von Valancius, even if he avoids using it publicly, and as such, strictly speaking, can be considered my heir. That door, however, is closed to him. His performance in his current role is satisfactory, or it used to be at least. Thank you for clarifying. May I ask my questions now? The Vox affixed to Theodore's attire suddenly comes to life, but all you can hear is unintelligible noise. Theodore winces, shuts off the transmission, and gives you an imperious look. I have some time before the navigator gives the signal to initiate the void ship's translation out of the warp, and my presence is required on the bridge. An incident took place on the officer's deck. Some servitors went berserk and attacked the crew. Is that so? Perhaps the technomats were careless during maintenance, or it could be the warp playing tricks on us in spite of the Geller field. Or perhaps there is something to all the stories about the ship being possessed after all. Abelard? The gray-haired officer gives the rogue trader a look of cautious disapproval. Lady Theodora, for the God Emperor's sake, surely you do not intend to start repeating idle rumors spread about by uneducated riffraff. Enough, Abelard. I can read. Enough, Abelard. Such hearsay amuses me. Idra eagerly retells me everything she learns from the whispers of her unseen advisors. She turns to you. The ship is thousands of years old. It has enough hidden nooks, manufacturing cogitators, and unused compartments to make ignorant folk speak of specters dwelling inside the bulkheads and plotting against those who yet live. Where is your ship headed? The Rykod system, the domain of rogue trader Winterscale, one of my peers and rivals. Only 3 rogue traders exist in the Cronus Expanse, and each of them possesses resources comparable to mine. Perhaps you will one day assist House von Valancius in surpassing both of them in affluence and splendor. I set the course for Rylax on the demand. Theodora grimaces. She gives you a stern look, then shrugs. For a specific reason. Perhaps I shall yet appraise you of the purpose of this voyage, but now is not the time. What are my current responsibilities? Observe, learn, absorb. It will take time for you to find your bearings aboard this vessel and in your new position. Eventually I will find a post that suits you as I did for Edelthrod. Until that time comes, consider yourself my aide. Surely there are ways I can prove myself. You can start by not asking questions of the sort.
And this is my favorite
I have
store
no
on the
need
Citadel.
for sycophants. I will draw my conclusions when an opportunity to prove yourself arises. As for when you will be granted that opportunity, only the God Emperor knows. Jason Huctus? I hope I'm saying your name right, buddy. Thank you for the follow, man, and welcome to the Citadel. I mean, we could just finish off the... surely I should not have to explain such things to a former Commodore. You should not set foot outside your stateroom. Vessels such as this one are capable of leaving real space and traversing into the warp, an otherworldly dimension of cruel and unthinkable forces. By entering it under the protection of the Geller field, we shorten the route to our destination, crossing distances that would require hundreds of years in a matter of weeks instead, sometimes in days or even hours. That is how humanity spreads across the galaxy. That is how we are able to build the Imperium, which spans millions of stars. I have no more questions. In that case, I shall head to Theodore's Vox Awakens once more. This time you pick up shouting. The Lord Captain freezes, listening to the Vox cast, then nods and draws their weapon. Disturbances reported on the adjacent decks. Seneschal, if the need arises, protect the new blood. She glances at you. It is possible that the chance to prove your worth may present itself sooner than you may have anticipated.
Your arrogance will be your downfall.
All combatants act in turns, and their order is determined by an initiative roll. The order of turns is displayed on the left side of the screen from bottom to top. The character at the very bottom goes first, then the one above them, and so on. Got it? So we just got swarmed. This is the observation deck, right?
Reduced to dust.
Oh! Boom! Haha, you missed me. Cover. Use cover to avoid enemy attacks. Cover that a character can hide behind is marked with a shield or a shield with a skull. Standing close to them, the character will automatically take up an advantageous position. In this case, the chance that enemy attacks will hit the cover and not the character behind them increase. The character will not receive a bonus if attacked from the side not protected by cover. Okay.
Don't let your guard down.
%. Is that to dodge?
I'll see to it personally.
Blood everywhere. What the hell kind of caliber pistol am I shooting to blow him in twain? Damn. Your character's just landed a critical hit. Oh, okay, that might do it too. That deals increased damage equal to the character's critical damage stat. Character's critical damage is 150% of their normal damage by default. However, certain talents, effects, and abilities can increase it. Each weapon has its own critical damage stat, which is added to the character's total stat value during attack. Aha.
Just a minor setback.
Heretic Cutthroats. Ooh.
Brace yourself, Avalon.
Avalon.
I took care of this one.
Yes, yes, you did.
Reduced to dust.
He had a
My
bad day.
ears are ringing.
Positive effect. Your character has received a temporary positive effect from an ally. Such effects enhance your character's compatibilities in combat in some way. To learn more about the effect, have gained. Blah. Hover your cursor over the effects icon next to the character's portrait. Kill them all. Source Theodora, 20 ballistic skill until the end of combat. Got it. Let's just shoot him. Ow, his head go wee.
I took care of this.
Theodora waves her hand in a commanding gesture. Mort, take a team with you and clear a path to the transport line. Do not let a single Horson survive. The rogue trader turns her eyes to you. Didn't bat an eye when that scum burst onto the deck, huh? Not bad. I've seen many an officer who panicked at the sight of combat on the upper decks. The false sense of security offered by their position makes them that much more vulnerable to the harsh realities of warp travel. She looks at the box in her hand. All you can hear is lifeless static. What are your orders? She breaks eye contact with you. Mort has gone on ahead to clear a path for us. You want to make yourself useful, go after him and see if the Ark militant requires aid. And be quick about it. I guess I should have asked what was going on.
Let us know, Doro.
Where am I supposed to go?
Rise to the top or get left in the dust.
So there's a war going on in the void ship. Great.
Is there money to be made?
Thank Providence, you're alive and well. Kundra lets out a sigh of relief upon seeing you. Always on time, eh, Kunrad? The moment we finish chasing the riffraff around the deck, you show up. Always just after the fighting's done. You could set your chrono by it. Kundra poignantly looks away from the Ark Militant to you. Mort, pull yourself together. The Ark Militant looks back at you. What? Did the Lord Captain send you to shivvy us along? We are all done here. I'll report right away. Mort pulls his Vox from his belt and hurriedly reports the situation. Master of Whispers, what is happening on my ship? The Voxnet is silent. The Vox Master is not responding. Armed assailants have stormed the officer's deck, and my Ark Militant just destroyed several more heretics on the way here. Is this a severe case of warp madness? Have some of my crew lost their minds and forgotten who they are and whom they serve? Report. I have not yet received word from the Egnarium regarding any Geller field failures, but communications were already unstable half an hour ago, and now they have ceased altogether. Whatever the cause may be, the consequences are spreading fast. I'm receiving scattered reports from the mid-decks, and the only Vox casts from the lower decks are one-way heretical gibberish. Voigtever? Conrad pauses. That the madmen have already reached the officer's deck suggests that this outrage was planned in advance. Perhaps this is an organized mutiny. Who would attempt mutiny here in the warp? Lunatics, fools, heretics. The ship houses thousands upon thousands of people. Perseus's thoughts and warp-induced delusions could have tainted any one of them. It is a difficult notion to accept, but such risks are inescapable. First, we have to confirm that the bridge and the navigator's sanctum are secure, and I have the means to do both things at once. Your expressions change, your eyes flash ominously. Theodora looks at Voitivar. Edelthrod, where is he? I must know if he is unharmed. A psyker aboard a ship that is potentially being assaulted by the warp could pose a greater threat to himself and others than a whole army of madmen with improvised weapons. I tried to locate him, but the last thing known about his movements is that he arrived on transitional deck 18. Blast it. Master of Whispers, find Edelthrod immediately. Seneschal, locate Class and the Sister of Battle. Both are to remain at my side. Ark Militant with me. I must go to my study. It appears that we might encounter heretics along the way. Citadel. Theodora glances at you thoughtfully. If I may, Lord Captain. Conrad, voice is soft and continuous. Transitional Deck 18 is at the heart of the disturbance. And if our goal is to bring Edelthrod back, I could use some support. After all, I am not as adept at directly confronting enemies of the house as the esteemed Ark Militant. And taking into consideration Edelthrad's psychic powers, then it's settled. Citadel, find Edelthrad and bring him here, in whatever state you find him. This elevator, she points to the massive doors, leads to the restricted compartments such as my personal chambers and the bridge. Do not let me down. I require you both. Do you understand? In whatever state, what does that mean? You're in the warp. Considering the attack, there could be a disruption in the Geller field and the infiltration of malevolent forces into the decks. Psychers can react to such things in the most unpredictable ways. Enough, Master of Whispers. You must not allow my heir to turn into a mindless mutant and to perish under Enforcer fire. Do whatever it takes to bring Ethelthrad back to me. I hear and obey, Lord Captain. Theodora waves a hand impatiently, then move out. More to come. Conrad gives you a nod. Are you ready to head to 18? It's a long walk, and you do not even have proper gear. I have a proposition. Since I am a more important person here, you can go in front to shield me from potential threats. Lord Captain made it clear that relying on you is fraught with risk. I shall make do. Lead the way. Of course you will. He rummages in his pocket for something. Lady Theodora would never have someone she couldn't rely on as one of her heirs. But that is no longer relevant. With a pop and a sharp crack, something hits you in the abdomen, and you are consumed with unbearable gut-wrenching pain. Promised you a special destiny, Citadel. It's time to fulfill it. I kind of thought he was sketchy. Ever since she said that he was no longer worthy of being an heir, I've been kind of going, does that mean he's plotting to be an heir regardless?
Careful, careful. Be gentle with our guest. He has an important mission to complete during our visit to the Warrant Chamber. And for that, I need him breathing. Oh, you are back with us, I see. Delightful.
What is the meaning of this?
You must have hit your head harder than I thought. No matter. Very little is required of you. Just your blood, which you can either share of your own volition, or I will spill it for you. We are in the anteroom of the Warren Chamber, this void ship's most hallowed vault. There, beyond those gates, lies the relic that gives Theodora all of her power. The sacred Warrant of Trade. Only one obstacle remains on my path to obtaining it. The gates of the chamber are guarded by the Sentinel, an ancient device that will only open the door to a true heir of the dynasty. I expected to do this part myself, but never mind. You will offer your blood to the Sentinel.
Why are you doing this?
Why? Because I am following an order. What is happening on this ship right now has been in the making for a very long time. All that remains is to obtain what my masters sent me for. The Warrant of Trade.
What is it, inbred? Is your blood too thin for the Sentinel?
On the contrary, the Warp's blessing has raised me too much above your kind, Fon Valencius. The Sentinel refused to submit to me. But you can help. After all, isn't that what family is for?
I have no intention of helping you.
I am afraid that you have no choice in the matter. Try to resist, and I will demonstrate the power that the warp holds over mortals. Come to think of it, I might even take some pleasure in doing so.
Strange object, a blade without a handle that shimmers blue in the light. To the void with you. Well, the available dialogue options requires making a skill test, unlike with passive tests which are made automatically. In this case, you can decide whether or not to select an option, the consequences of which will depend on the result of the action's associated test. Success or failure affects how the dialogue will develop. Depending on the context, you might change the course of the conversation after the character's attitude, or alter the character's attitude, or perform an action whose consequences will only become apparent later. Hover your cursor over the dialogue option that requires a test. You will see a tooltip detailing your chances of success. The blade flashes in the dim light. Oh, the number after the skill's name indicates the difficulty of the test. Once your character starts traveling with allies, the party member with the highest score, the applicable skill, will be the one selected. Got it. The blade flashes in the dim light and drops of blood appear on your palm. For a brief moment you feel nauseous, your head is spinning, and then quiet whispers begin to flood your mind. More and more sourceless voices echo each other, drowning out your own thoughts, replacing them with a single urge: go to the gate. Go to the gate. Go to the gate. Fight the voices. The voices in your head giggle and mock your desperate outcry. You feel this intruding influence forcing you onto your feet and making you take a step toward the gates, looming in the center of the chamber. In the gateway arc, you see a cogitator with a human likeness built into the front panel. As you approach, the torso twists slightly. This is a servitor, an obedient automaton created from a lobotomized human being. The sentinel turns its head to you, one of its eye sockets lighting up with two ember-like irises. Examine the device. Succeed. You carefully inspect the design of the gate cogitator. What immediately catches your eye is the strange alloy that was used as material for the machine's components, some of which are unfamiliar to you. You suspect this might be some kind of archaeotech relic. The servitor on the gate begins to move with the screeching and groaning of metal. It leans forward closer to you. The lower jaw opens and draws out with a drawn-out shriek, much wider than the jaw of a living human could. The servitor's mouth is filled with sharp metallic fangs that glint in the dim light. The vid screen to the right of you lights up, showing strings of mysterious symbols on the green background. A whisper runs through your consciousness, insisting, demanding sacrifice. The voice that fills your head after Victiver, after that dude, wounded you with his blade, did not go away. On the contrary, the source coiled itself into a tight knot somewhere in the depths of your mind. Look for anything you use as a weapon. You look around in hopes of finding at least something that could work as a weapon. Your search is in vain. The chamber anteroom is completely empty and is perfect working condition. Nary a broken panel or protruding piece of rebar in sight.
Did you forget something? I suggest you hurry.
Servitor looks noticeably different from the ones you are used to. Its skin covering, it's stitched together with copper thread, and it has metal hinges in place of the standard joints. It seems that the creators of the Sentinel did everything to ensure the service life of this unit would be much longer than that of ordinary automatons. Fine, we'll place our hand in. Sentinel's jaw clamps around your hand, puncturing your skin and sinking into your flesh. A few dark drops fall into the servitor's throat, and immediately you hear humming as the servitor's motors start up and the pumps stir into motion. The mid-screen of the cogitator flickers. Several long minutes pass. Sentinel's jaw remains closed, and you are beginning to feel sick. Perhaps if you were to lean against the gate, you could catch your breath, maybe even close your eyes and pretend none of this ever happened.
High levels of caustic humors. The subject is in a state of heightened stress. Do you require assistance?
You do not understand where this quiet voice is coming from, crackling like static. Is it the Sentinel? The Cogitator? Is it a figment of your wary mind? Whatever it is, you can clearly hear every word. Who is this?
Genetic code identified. Child of House von Valancius. Do you require assistance?
You hear the voice again, and this time you realize that it's coming from the two speakers built into the Sentinel's shroud. Yes, Sentinel. Traitors threaten my life and the safety of the warned. You hear a displeased grunt in your mind, as if the lurking entity has sensed something that is not to its liking. Pain shoots through your head and subsides just as quickly. It would seem the entity coiled in your consciousness does not have the ability to do you any real harm.
Request accepted. Initiating defense protocol.
Damn! Oh!
Well, there is still another way. Keep your wits about you.
Enormous gates match the importance of the thing they protect. The massive doors are made of heavy metal and look impregnable. Is this the warrant of trade? Damn, that's enormous. Let it be known that by my will and by the true words of this document I appoint the person, the bearer, to be the prodigy of humanity, unbroken by adversity, to walk steadily, to triumph over nightmares untold, to hold the bloody reins of fate, to walk steadily towards the thorns through. I have no idea how I'm supposed to read all that.
Escort the child of the house to safety.
Servitor's skulls cackling gradually turns into cohesive words. I gotta go check on the dog, everybody. I do apologize. Thank you guys for joining me, and hopefully I will see you all on the other side. Alright, I'm back. Thank you guys for putting up with that. Oh. Doinkus. There we go. What madness is happening here? Who are you? Who addresses me?
Temporary obnubilation following acute stress. Mobile unit of the Warren Sentinel standing by.
Are you the Warren Sentinel?
Mobile unit of the Warren Sentinel, designed as a personal escort of the child of the house and a means of communicating with the rogue trader's subjects. Mobile unit standing by.
I need to contact Theodora.
Voxcast frequencies disrupted. Initiating setup. Establishing connection.
In place of the mechanical screeching, the servo skulls. Vox projected the voice of Theodora Valencia, distorted and written with static, yet still recognizable beyond a doubt. Vox Master, restore communications to the Navigator's Sanctum. I am trying to contact the bridge. If anyone can hear me on this frequency, regroup all available forces and head to the upper decks at once. I repeat, regroup all available forces and head.
Communication protocols breached. Signal latency assessment unavailable. Unable to establish two-way connection.
I need a weapon. I'm utterly defenseless.
Distance from the current location to the nearest arsenal. Initiating situational calculations.
Servo skull goes silent. Its relays clacking. Second after second pass, you realize the servo skull will not answer you. Lead me away from here.
Middle and upper decks. Assuming the probability of safe placement in areas of concentration of armed units. Calculating. To prevent unauthorized units from breaching the warrant chamber, preemptive sealing must be initiated. The mobile unit will start executing the received order immediately after the safety of the warrant is secured.
As the game story unfolds, you will see notifications at the top of the screen, indicating that the status of your current objective has been updated and new information has been added to your journal. You can open the journal by pressing J or clicking the notification. Journal entries help you keep track of current events and guide your character on their journey. The Quests tab tracks the progress of the main story. Here you can find information about any quests you have accepted and their current status. Use the journal to help yourself understand where to go on the next steps of your adventure. The Rumors and Contracts section also contains important information. You will learn more about them later. Let it be known that by my will and by the true words of this document I appoint it's an enormous frickin' document. I appoint this person to be the bearer of the warrant.
I always keep my options open.
Bearer of the warrant of trade and bestow upon them the destiny to great. To the paragon of humanity, unbroken adversary, unite, reclaim the worlds, to hold bloody the reins of fate, and walk steadily the roads of thorns, the pain of greatness.
Let us not dawdle.
Master, what
Whatever are you doing in the Warren Chamber? How did you... Throne preserve me. What is the meaning of this?
Seneschal's Abelard Western has lost some of his former polish. His forehead is sweating, and yeah, Iberian chatbots are amazing. His forehead is sweating, and one of the sleeves of his coat is torn and soaked through with blood. Nevertheless, despite his heavy breathing, he stands firm. His gaze is demanding, albeit somewhat surprised. He surveys the carnage around him, his brows furrow, and he places a hand on his weapon. Conrad is a traitor. When we parted ways on the officer's deck, he stunned me somehow and brought me here.
What?
He intended to take revenge on Theodora for something, and trying to reach the warrant was somehow part of that plan. It's clearly serving the unholy gods of the warp.
Serving the gods of the war? Kunrad is a heretic. Oh, Voidfear, you void rat. Madness. And this mutiny is likewise his doing, no doubt.
He openly admitted to be that he is the mastermind behind the mutiny.
Saints' blood! Then it is small wonder that the heretics are so well organized. I thought his order to seal the passages between decks was his attempt to stop the attackers from spreading to other levels. But now I see the real reason. It was to stop the enforcers from intervening. At least you are alive, and now safe, Master. Alas, I doubt we can afford to look for a compartment to sit out this disaster. You're in a bad way. I can treat your wounds. I have a Medicaid kit with me. And, for the love of the throne, now is not a good time to be walking around the decks without means of self-defense. Here.
Wow, I got a auto pistol and an axe. Sweet. While fighting, your character can lose some of their wounds. Your character has suffered an injury after being attacked by Kunrad. This happens when a character receives damage that exceeds 50% of their maximum wounds within one round. The exact percentage of wounds a character must lose for this to happen may vary depending on the difficulty of the game you choose. Injuries reduce the character's resolve. When a character initially suffers an injury, it is considered a fresh injury during the first 3 rounds. Once 3 rounds have passed, a fresh injury becomes an old injury. A fresh injury can be healed using a med kit without passing any skill test. Old injuries can be healed with a med kit, but they require the character to administer the treatment to pass a Medicaid skills test to succeed. Use the medkits to restore wounds and heal injuries. Note that when a character loses all of their wounds, they fall unconscious. So wounds are health, it would appear. Once the combat is over, the wounds of all party members are replenished automatically, but any injuries they may have sustained remain. Those can be healed with a medikit. Medkits can also only be used by characters who have the field medic feature, base skill Medicaid, or have taken Medicaid skill advancement at least once. Whenever a character uses a medikit in battle, a Medicaid skill test determines the number of wounds that will be restored as a result. Abelard can heal your character's injury. Left click on Abelard's portrait. Select the medkit on the panel at the bottom left of the screen, then use it on your character. Abelard needs to be standing right next to your character for him to administer the treatment. Got new items. All items are added to your inventory. You can open it by pressing the I or clicking on the bag icon. On the side of the screen, the inventory screen, weapons, armor, and other items can be equipped or interacted with in other ways. Medkits can be used to replenish wounds and injuries. Got it. So we got an auto pistol and an axe. And flak chest. Oh. That goes over the basic style. Got it. I'm going to assume my character is right-handed, and thus the pistol should be in his right hand. Equip weapons and armor, open the inventory, double-click on the item, alternately click and hold drag. To view the parameters of an item, hold the cursor over it. Another way to view the details is to right-click on the icon. You can switch between party members using the arrows at the top of the inventory screen, or left-clicking on the portrait. Item descriptions contain comparisons with any corresponding item already equipped by the character. So what are you wearing? Mesh chestplate. You have a chainsword. And a medical kit.
I refuse.
I refuse. I
won't stand for it.
cannot be equipped by this character. God! You know, I'm gonna leave this here in case this guy wanders off at some point. Old injury, got it.
Your seneschal is always there for you. This wound will make a fine. That is a noticeable improvement. Now you're prepared for the trials ahead. The lower decks are teeming with heretics instigating the rabble to revolt. But that is the least of our problems. The ship's enforcers are rounding up the scoundrels and suppressing the resistance. The situation on the middle decks is much worse, although strike teams have already been dispatched there. All communication with the bridge and the engineering bay was lost. So, apart from scattered voxcasts, we have no information to go on. But that is not the worst of it. All these jolts and shaking are most alarming. These are signs that the navigator and the master helmsman are having difficulty translating the ship out of the wall and into real space. I fear that they may have already lost control. We must reach the navigator's sanctum and get a handle on the situation. If we can manage that, some aboard this vessel may yet survive.
What exactly has gone wrong with... How did you find me?
You sent me a Vox message. Specifically, a Voxcast on the officer's frequency, which I had the good fortune to receive. You mean to say you did no such thing?
I think the Warrant Sentinel may have sent the message. It appeared when I opened the chamber.
Warren Sentinel? The Lord Captain barely ever ventures down to the chamber, and I was at her side only once or twice when she did. And I did not see anything of the sort. The Warren Chamber is an ancient and rather sacred mechanism that the ship's tech priests treat with the utmost reverence. I assume that whatever it is that you did, you must have activated certain processes and caused the Sentinel to awaken. But then, why did none of it happen when Lady Theodora did the same?
What exactly has gone wrong?
I am no helmsman, or God Emperor preserve me navigator. However, I have spent my entire life aboard void ships equipped with warp drives, and I know that portents such as these do not bode well. It could be that the Gellerfield has faltered. Perhaps the navigator was struck down by warp corruption and is fighting for the last shreds of his humanity as we speak. If we get thrown off course, we will be forever lost in the war. Naturally, we would likely not have long to live in that scenario. But I will not resign myself to such an outcome just yet.
What can we expect from the Navigator Sanctum?
During warp transit, the Sanctum is closed to all who are not involved in traversing the Empyrean. And for good reason. For the Navigator to open their third eye and perceive the way, the Sanctum must be bathed in the energies of the Immaterium. Only a Navigator can withstand such an ordeal. For the rest of us, any contact with the warp is fraught with perils such as loss of sanity, spontaneous mutations, and death.
Abelard does not bat an eye as he lists all the horrors that you are about to face. I heard one of the Vox...
Lady Theodora's. Which one? The last one I received was about the Navigator's Sanctum, and that was a good while ago. In any case, let us hope that the Lord Captain is well, and safely in charge of the ship's defense. In the meantime, we must do all we can to prevent the ship from veering off course.
Where the Imperium and humanity lead the way, Seneschal.
Come.
To arms, loyal sons and daughters of the God Emperor, fight the heresy and corruption that threatens to consume our home, and with all your might destroy those who have dared.
The Lord Captain is calling her crew to battle, which means the Vox networks are set up for broadcast transmission, not message exchange. Splendid. While the rogue trader inspires proper resolve to fight in her subjects, you and I shall prove that her trust in us is well deserved. Onward!
Run, fools!
Or fall!
Show them no mercy!
Combat begins with a tactical phase, during which characters cannot attack or take other actions, but may try to take up advantageous positions. Select a character on their portrait at the top of the screen, then click on the cell you want the character to move to. Red cells are areas inaccessible to the character during the tactical phase. Each character in the party may move up to their maximum movement points, but cannot position themselves adjacent to enemies. Your new companion is a warrior, albeit specializes in melee combat and drawing the enemy's attacks. Charge is a unique warrior ability that works only when they are using a melee weapon and is not considered an attack action. Use charge to close the distance between you and the enemy and deal damage. The ability's icon and choose the direction to charge in. If an enemy is in the direct path of charge, Abelard will attack them and will still be able to use an attack action afterward if he has not used one this turn. Note the charge can only be used if the character is 2 or more cells away from their target. This character is using a melee weapon. Melee attacks require the character to be adjacent to the enemy. To make a melee attack on the strike ability, then on the enemy you wish to attack. Unlike single shots, melee attacks hit automatically with no need for a roll. The enemy will try to dodge and parry the attack if they use a melee weapon of their own. Melee weapons can be used to make area attacks. All creatures in the area will suffer damage unless they succeed on a dodge test. Damage dealt by melee weapons depend on the weapon's parameters and the attacker's strength score.
Indeed. Reduced to dust.
Attack of opportunity. Characters with melee weapons can make an attack of opportunity if an opponent in an adjacent cell initiates movement. It can also be triggered by some abilities. All characters with melee weapons, including members of your party, can make attack of opportunity. The chance to hit and deal damage are calculated just like normal attacks. Strike and cleave.
I will do my part to care of this one.
The combat ability of characters differ depending on their archetype. Available abilities are located at the bottom right of the screen on the abilities panel. To read the full description of the ability, hover your cursor over its icon or click right mouse button on it. Click the left mouse button on the icon to use the ability. Before the ability is used, you will get to review its estimated outcome while hovering your cursor over the character or area of your choosing. You will also see the ability's area of effect, and each character in this area will have a number displayed over them, denoting the probability of being successfully affected. If the ability's effect is guaranteed to work, the ability's icon is displayed instead of a number. When you are ready to use the ability, click the left mouse button to confirm. During your adventures, characters will gain new abilities and talents as their power grows. You can view the full list of abilities in the characters page.
Who if not me?
Oh, is it? Okay. No, it's too far. Dude, you missed.
It will be done.
Damn, he survived.
I'll see to it you never stood a chance. It's as good as done.
You advance the level of your character and companions, prevailing in battles, exploring the Chronos Expanse, and completing quests earns your experience points. Once you have accumulated enough experience, your character gains a new level. Click in the arrows symbol on a character's portrait to open the level up screen. Each level gained offers your characters new progression options, which include new abilities, talents, skills, improvements, and other enhancements. Your companions gain new levels at the same time as your character, even if... What time is it? It's 5:30, okay. Even if they are not included in the active party during your journey, you can always increase their level later. Okay. Good, so you don't have to worry about swapping out characters. I appreciate that. Choose a skill. Oh, interesting. I should probably pick up Medicaid. Allows him to do injuries. Allows him to heal. Warrior. Let's make him stronger. Old injury. Permanent. Collecting the defeated enemies have no further need of their former belongings, but you can discover valuable trophies among them. Left click on defeated enemies to inspect what is left of them. Items on the right side of the trophy collection window. Go to your inventory. Items can be used or equipped by your character's items on the left are packed up as cargo and sent to your ship, which can later be used to trade with various factions. Interesting. That's actually a nice touch. You can move trophies from one side of the window to the other by double-clicking. Or drag and drop. Alternatively, you can use the buttons at the bottom to mass transfer. Okay. Las pistol. We don't. To cargo. Collect. Close. Collect all.
Always keep your eye on the price.
Here's the map of your void ship. It consists of several parts between which you can travel. Some parts are not yet available, but over time, your character will be able to access them. Left click on the active part of the void ship to move there. Got it. So there's the Warren's chamber. We want to go to the navigation sanctum. Oh, this looks happy.
The Navigator's Sanctum is directly along the passageway. I pray to the God Emperor that we are not too late.
I always have a backup plan.
And so, he will enter the halls of the blinded guide and witness the radiance of the final dawn through the cracks and fall victim to a whim of fate.
The woman before you whispers whips around and gazes straight at you, her eyes glowing with otherworldly light.
Master, watch your head. Idira, would it be too much to ask that you phrase your soothsayings plainly for once? That was too close.
Sorry, old man. The voices are so loud I can't even hear myself. They shriek, they sing, they... Oh, Abelard, how they sing!
This is Idira Tlas, personal psyker and diviner of Her Ladyship Theodora von Valencias. Idira?
I'm not drunk, old man. I'm suffering the effects of the warp that is seeping through these walls. I see the ship's fate. To die in the waves of the Immaterium, fall under the burning rays of the final dawn. And in the roaring blaze, I see a figure standing. Who is it? I have no answer.
The entity in your consciousness shrieks and crawls in deeper, its claws scraping against the walls of your mind as if the presence is trying to hide from the seer standing before you. The diviner, are you?
The voices from beyond the threshold whisper to me. Sometimes their murmurs are clear, they grant insight. Sometimes they drive me mad. But I am patient. I know how to listen and discern. But now, with this clamor around me, too many voices, too loud. And you are von Valencias, one of Lady Theodora's heirs. Well then, we finally meet.
You hear a few clicks from the relays of the servo skull, which has followed you all the way here. Theodore's scrambled words give way to voice vaguely familiar to you. Officer's frequency. To all who can hear me, those with weapons in their hands are to gather at the officers' decks at once. I repeat, gather on the officer's deck at once and prepare to launch a counterattack.
That's Edelthrat. Oh, Emperor's Providence. The other heir lives as well. Quickly, we must head to...
Not so fast, old man. If we drown in the warp, Lady Theodora's heirs won't be any good to us. If Edelthrat's like me and hasn't yet surrendered his mind or body to the mercy of the warp, then he can still hold on a little longer without us.
Blast it. You're right. First, we need to deal with what is happening here.
How do you know who I am?
What? You think Lady Theodora didn't ask me to peek into the darkness behind the backs of those she sees as her prospective heirs? I have seen you. I have seen the footsteps of your past and the wounds of your heart.
You flinch at the seer's words. No doubt she's referring to the nightmares, the tortures inflicted upon your body and mind. Your muscles contract involuntarily as if steeling themselves once more for the inevitable pain. What are you doing here?
The whispers called me. The ones I could make out among all the screams and screeches. Those who are rocking this boat hit us where it hurt. They went after the navigator, our guide through the warp. Other whispers called me to the engineerium, but it was too late. I heard the cry of our master cog, and the silence that followed.
Looks like I'm gonna have to take another break, guys. The dog is going ballistic again, so I will be right back. Thank you guys for joining me and putting up with all this, and hopefully I will see you all on the other side. Alright, sorry about that, everyone. Rise is back.
What? You don't mean the engine Seer Prime is...
Dead, without a doubt. And the voices wail, heralding countless nightmares, cackling at each soul among the hundreds that are now joining the warp. The shriek from the Navigator's sanctum was louder than the rest. And it's better that we saved the Navigator than some lever puller from a cooling module or a cook from the middle decks.
Must see if the Navigator is well.
Oh no. No. Nothing is well about him. Can't you feel the chill crawling on your skin? The eyes watching you? The warp ice has already encased the bulkheads. What follows is calamity. But we're not just going to stand here and take it, are we? The state of things in here suggests there's a navigator around. Maybe one who's crippled or at death's door, but still kicking. And since our skin hasn't peeled off our faces just yet, his third eye must be closed. At worst, it's a little roughed up. So what are we moping around for? Let's go protect that noble mutant while we're still alive.
Indra has joined the party, which now consists of several characters. To select one character, left mouse, portrait, select multiple, hold, select an entire party, and issue commands to all characters at once, press backspace. Gotcha. Piece of pipe left unnoticeable dent in the floor. Destroy the field, don't keep our master waiting. Lock the door.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Your doom has been foretold.
I'll turn you into corpse starch.
Indra's a psyker and an operative. As an operative, she can study opponents and identify their weaknesses, and her psyker abilities allow her to deal damage to them. Analyze enemies is an operative ability which applies the explicit effect to all enemies within the observer's line of sight. At the start of each of the operative's turns, the operator can also use this ability against a specific enemy to inflict several stacks of this effect. The higher the operative's intelligence bonus is, the more explicit stacks will be inflicted. Whenever the opponent, the operative hits a target with an exploit applied to them, the attack deals additional damage. The amount of extra damage depends on the target's number of exploit stacks and the operative's perception. Exploit weakness is an operative ability which they can use against... I'm sorry guys, give me a sec. Use against a single enemy who is under the exploit effect. This ability reduces the dodge, parry, and armor of the enemy. The amount of reduction depends on the number of active exploits on the enemy and the operative's perception. Indra is armed with a special staff that allows a psyker to unleash psychic powers against enemies. In the future, you will encounter stabs that only a psyker versed in a certain discipline can use. For example, you might find a staff that lets a psyker use Inferno. But to do so, they must have the Pyromancy Psychic discipline learned. Gotcha. Cost of 1 AP.
Will do.
I'm Commander Shepard, and this is my favorite store on the Citadel.
Michael Jack 1. Thank you for the follow, man. Welcome to the Citadel. I appreciate it, bud. Can I lightning strike you? I can lightning strike you. Heretic Psyker. You sound scary. Zitzer Zitzer. Ooh, I like the lightning effect. Target's dodge and parry by blah blah blah. I think we'll just end our turn.
Why did I not foresee this?
Heretic Brawler. Oh yes, please attack my Brawler guy. So... Slice?
Victory is reduced to dust. It will be done.
I wanted him to attack. Oh well. Hologram. You can use the hologram to gauge the effectiveness of your intended actions in combat before taking them. Left click on any accessible cell in the battle field to place the character's hologram there. Select an ability or a single shot attack to see the expected outcome. Oh, so you can... Okay. The action will be displayed as if used from the hologram's location to let you assess whether you picked an effective position for the action you are planning to take. Nice! That's actually really cool. The hologram also lets you see if the enemy will be within your line of sight after you move to the selected cell. Left click again to confirm. Right click anywhere in the battlefield and press escape to cancel. What's up, how you doing? I'm doing okay, Michael. How are you doing? Is it Michael or Michelle? I'm really bad with names and I apologize. Spelling is not my forte either, which makes it all the worse.
I won't compromise my principles.
Well, poo.
I'll
swing.
And I refuse. I'll make it happen.
So, okay.
I took care of this one.
He's in trouble.
Another enemy down.
He's in trouble. Attack denial characters. You new on streaming. I've been doing it for 2 or 3 years. So I would consider myself still pretty new to it overall. But it's not like I just started. Characters with melee weapons block adjacent enemies' ability to perform attacks with ranged weapons. Oh! Well, that was really effective. So that explains that. Pistols and shotguns are exempt to this rule. Those can be fired at point-blank range. Okay. So I actually did a good thing by putting those guys where I did. Zap.
What an unfortunate turn.
I think I zapped my own dude. The creature in the chair appears as if it has become one with the throne. You see pink, parchment-like skin stretched between the seat and the limbs, that have too many joints for a normal human being. The navigator is breathing heavily, the air whistling as it exits through the two dark gill-like slits in his cheeks. The creature's eyes are shut. The two ordinary eyes, as well as the third one that sits in the center of its forehead. I believe Master Vespidius still lives. Abelard flinches at the sight of the stretched skin and the dark marks on the face of the creature. The servants are dead, but the chamber, thank the Emperor, is still sealed from the warp. Well, we have a chance of leaving this place alive. Planning to celebrate Christmas artwork like overlays, panels. Are you interested? Not right now. Thank you for the offer, though, buddy. Give Abelard a pointed look. Master Vespidius? The navigator stirs, barely able to lift his head and half open his normal eyes. A dark drop rolls from under the closed lid of the third eye and down his face, leaving behind a black trail. Your time is short. The voice is coming from a vox grill at the base of the bizarre chair. It is unclear how the navigator is able to produce human speech. Our time is short to do what? Suddenly, Navigator's body starts thrashing in place. It lurches forward, then falls back into the seat, then thrusts forward again as its bones creak and its skin tears open. However, the fusion between the body and the chair appears to be stronger than these wild impetuses. The mutant remains seated, but leans as far forward as he can. His layered remnant slowly turning crimson. The gill slits burst open, forming two hideous screaming mouth-like pits. Fall to your knees, mortals, and behold the final dawn. Indred shrieks in terror. It came from behind. His body is not his. Indred's scream is echoed by the silent cries in your head. An unseen creature triumphs at the sight of the navigator succumbing to the paroxysms of corruption. Its march thunders under the burden of hopes. Unseal your hearts, and I will flood your souls with myriad of words and meanings, each one a portent of salvation within me. The navigator continues to convulse violently in his seat, creaking and cackling. But then his fit stops abruptly. His face is drenched in black and crimson. The dark ooze from under his third eye has turned from a thick trickle into a stream mixed with the blood coming out of his nose, and there is purplish swelling around the eye. Run! Flee from this place while I still have the strength. The words come out of the vox as a labored rattle. I can contain the intrusion, but not for long. We must begin the translation. Leave the warp, but it can't be done without the Master Helmsman's help. Who torments you? The edge. The navigator starts thrashing about once more, his gill mouths bursting with crazed laughter. Kneel before the ascent of a new champion. When the rite is complete, this shell will burst, and thousands of maws will accept the sacrifice offered to the edge of daybreak by the bringer of twilight, the one marked by the will of the gods. Each word rings through your head like the tolling of a bell, as if countless voices have joined in, screaming into your ears. For a moment you lose your bearings. This unholy chorus must be trying to confound you with the sound not meant from this world. What is this supposed to mean? A rite, a sacrifice offered. Oh, my heart tells me that Kunrad was not deterred by his defeat at the Warren Chamber. What, Kunrad betrayed Lady Theodora? Indra clutches her head. But how is that? How? He was as loyal as a dog. And I didn't hear a thing, I swear. The navigator, or rather the thing that is so determined to seize his body, erupts into mockus laughter. The footfalls of the bringer of twilight are veiled by the will of his masters. Tear out your eyes, she who is to become the champion's servant, for you need them no longer. I want to help you, tell me how. Run, the sanctum will be sealed, I will hold it off. Hold on and wait for the signal from the master helmsman. Then I will commence the transition, so run, run. The navigator's still alive, but barely so. What do we do now? Gazes at the figure in the chair. The ship can only begin the translation with the assistance of the master helmsman. If he is still alive, it is worth a try. We must get to the bridge, but we will need support. Our only option is to fight our way to the officer's deck and join forces with Edelthrad. Yeah. These names are really starting to kill me. And his people. I believe we will also find Lady Theodora there. She must have heard the call to arms that the Servo Skull relayed to us earlier. Edad reaches her hand out toward the navigator, but pulls it back at the last moment. Vespadius, good luck, and thank you. Navigator does not give her a response. Black tears mixed with blood are streaming from under the closed eyelids, and the vox at the base of the chair is bellowing out static interspersed with distant echoes of otherworldly laughter. Appears dead, only the slight movement of his chest and the twitching of his eyelids let you know it's not the case. Auto gun, psyker tool, axe. Collect. Close. Alternative weapons. In combat, a character may need to use different kinds of weapons, which can be prepared in advance. Open your inventory. Prepare different weapon sets. To switch to a different weapon set in combat, press K. Swapping the weapon does not cost action points. That's what we like to see. Navigation sanctum is the private haven of the ship's guide through the warp and the death trap for anyone left inside after translation to the immaterium. Where do I fit into this particular bill of health?
I always keep my options open.
Two-handed. $7.11, psychic staff, primitive. It's the same as what she's got on, okay. Outfit settings? Huh. Interesting. And I'm no psyker. Which is fine. I'm assuming this is the way I must trod. Is it not the way I must trod? Bug report. Oh, nice. Am I supposed to just get out?
Keep your wits about you.
Officer's deck. That's an elevator? Sweet! Hey, Raka. Oh, Esteraka.
Your ship's as good as ours. It's all over for you.
I shall pity not your enemies. I shall heed not their pleas.
Somebody shoot this.
I shall betray not your tenets, nor stray one step from them. Take not your gaze from me. Leave me not without your grace.
I told you he would protect us.
My God, my light, my emperor.
Yeah, you carry a bolter. Of course everyone's gonna drop dead before you. Finished and submitted your final essay for the last class. Congratulations, Raka. How are you feeling about classes? Do you feel like they're gonna wrap up good for you? You're gonna have a positive outcome for the semester? The white-haired warrior turns to face you, her dark eyes blazing, the weapon quivers in her hands, and, for a brief moment, seems she is not going to stop, and will instead continue eliminating every target she sees, starting with you.
Sister Argenta. Sister Argenta, it is a relief to see you. We require all the forces we can muster.
Your face, it is unfamiliar. Who are you?
A young woman called Argenta lowers her weapon and scans your small party with an intense gaze. Then she sets her sights on you. Citadel von Valisius. The Lord Captain's heir.
The hour is dark and daunting. The ship abounds with corruption. The faces of friends who are twisted by sneers of heresy. The eyes of comrades ignite with the archenemy's hunger. I will do what I must to halt the advance of the Dark Forces. But in these dire moments, little can be trusted. So I must know, why are you here?
Gives you another stern appraisal. You catch something strange in the dark depths of her eyes. Some internal struggle or a wordless question. In the end, however, she nods.
Sister, I beg of you. Now is not the time for interrogations. The ship is under attack by heretics. We've been betrayed by our esteemed Master of Whispers. Edelstrad the Heir is waiting for our aid, and Lord Captain Theodora is expecting a report on our success. We are here to deal with the situation, so I suggest we all do just that.
I'm no traitor, sister. You can be sure of that.
If you speak truthfully, the Emperor will not forsake you. If you are lying, you will not escape his retribution. I cannot wait to rain righteous fire down upon each and every heretic.
What is a warrior of the Adeptus Sororitas doing on board a rogue trader's ship? Your order serves the ecclesiarchy, do they not?
Sister Argenta is a guest of the Lord Captain. And that story deserves its own time and conversation. Under more appropriate circumstances.
She's a guest of the Lord Captain. I just realized that that statement answered absolutely none of those questions. We'll go into this later.
Enough idle chatter. I am where I must be, and that will suffice.
Who are these people with you?
Overseer of Middle Deck AL-84, my lord. We were rounding up everyone we could find in the attack compartments when we ran into an ambush. Just about every enforcer fell. These are the survivors.
What is happening on the officer's deck?
Massacre, my lord. And heretics are not just killing the crew. Some kind of blight is sweeping through the decks, filling the air. I saw people going mad the moment they breathed it in, screaming about their dead comrades, tearing out their eyes. I implore you, my lord, be on your guard.
We must get to the main hall of the deck.
Through this door. I shall join you, for it is my duty to the God Emperor to destroy this heresy.
We will follow. For now, we will hold off any heretics who might try to crawl in through the cracks to join the main assault. And we'll take a look at the generators while we're at it. Those villains made a mess of the cables. Oh, I wish we had a Tectomat with us. But we'll see what we can do without one.
Good to hear it. Sister?
Ready. May Terra's light illuminate our path through fire and darkness.
Ooh, shiny. Set of icons. Magazines of purified bolts. Crate of trank injectors. Some sketchy shit here. And an axe. Ooh, a nice axe. A well-maintained axe. Yes, collect. Close. Equipment. You have received a new, more efficient weapon for your character. To upgrade your equipment, open the inventory. You will find and purchase new equipment often on your travels, so do not forget to update your character's equipment. Go figure. Do it the same way that inventory works. Oh shit, that was the wrong button. That was not what I intended to do. I was gonna look around some more. Let's try that again. Hold enter to skip. We already saw all this. Continue, continue.
Your face. It is unfamiliar.
Lord's heir. I am no traitor.
If you speak, I cannot.
Lore.
Enough idle chatter. I am where I
Who
must.
are the people?
Overseer. Massacre.
Through this door.
We will follow.
Good to hear.
Ready.
Select all. Close. Complete. Explosion blasted a hole through the door large enough for a person to get through. I was right. I thought there'd be another goods crate down here. Shipment of low sticks. More. Look at this stuff. Miscellaneous. Holy gifts. Ranged weaponry. Melee. Oh. Salvaged omniprocessor. Door will not move an inch when it's blocked. Got it. How it going, Captain? Meat Shield and Beg Punch the Third. Love you too, Baruch. Love you too. You win yet, Sal? Go away. Unfading Valor. Godwin Patton Bolter. It's going okay. We're still trying to reclaim our void ship. You know, surprisingly, that one didn't spook me. Usually, if anything's gonna get me, it's that.
Is there money to be made? I will deliver
furious retribution.
Alright, you shockingly are gonna go right there. What are you? I didn't look at your character sheet. Can I look at your character sheet? You are... Puritan Fanatic. Archetype, here we go. You are a soldier. I kind of assumed as such, but I wasn't sure. She is a sister of battle. Yeah, no, I know she was a sister of battle. I just didn't know what kind of archetype type we were dealing with here. Types of cover. Full cover and partial cover. Full and partial covers give you the opportunity to avoid enemy attacks. Full cover, indicated by a skull on the shield, reduces the chance of hit by 60%. Partial cover reduces it by 35%. At the same time, the chance to hit a character behind cover may vary depending on the difficulty of the game you choose. Some cover can be destroyed by melee attacks, area attacks, or other abilities. Destructible cover has a durability bar above it. Single shot can penetrate through any cover.
Who, if not me? You never stood a chance.
Cutthroat Assailant.
Another enemy down.
So without telling me the plot of the ship, how did we lose the ship? So you start the game traveling in the void. You're actually already in the void traveling. And it turns out that a heretic is on board the ship and is trying to take over or do something for his masters of the warp. And has been setting up it's not an insurrection, mutiny for a long time. And in the middle of this warp travel is when they decide to strike. So Chaos Warp plot. Seems to be, yeah. There's a focus on the rogue traders, ability's the wrong word. Her right of trade that was presented to her by the Emperor. It seems to be the goal. Why, we don't know, or I don't know yet, so I can't even spoil that for you. Sorry. And you are considered... Go, we leave it at that. I will say, too, the reason you're on board the ship is you're considered to be a possible heir to the rogue trader whose ship you're on. You're not even the rogue trader yet. I assume eventually you become them, considering that's the name of the game. But at this point, you're just an heir apparent. One of several. So, Argenta is a warrior of the Adeptus Sororitas and a soldier. She is an expert with burst-ranged weapons, and weapons that deal damage in an area. Another of Argenta's strengths is her mobility in combat. Run and Gun is a unique soldier ability. Using it grants the soldier extra movement points and reduces the cost of their next attack by 1 action. The soldier will also suffer a -10 penalty to their ballistic skill for this attack. Run and Gun also allows the soldier to perform an additional attack with a ranged weapon, which is a handy tool if you want to make more than one attack with them on their turn. An additional attack with a ranged weapon. So you get to make 2. I know that much from watching Alice. Okay, fair enough. I haven't watched any of Alice's stuff. Sir Perkleton. Pickleton? Perkleton. Revel in Slaughter is a soldier ability which can be used once for each 3 enemies the soldier kills in a single battle. Each activation of this ability increases the soldier's ballistic skill, critical hit chance, and critical damage. This effect stacks and lasts until the end of combat. Certain types of weapons let you make burst attacks. Unlike single shot, burst fire requires you to select a direction rather than a specific target. Burst attacks are particularly effective against clusters of enemies. When performing a burst attack, the character fires several successive shots in different directions. Most of these shots are concentrated in the center of the selected attack cone. Therefore, the more enemies there are in the center of this area, the more of them will be damaged if the attack is successful. All shots fired after the first one are less accurate and have a higher chance of deviating from the center trajectory. Be careful, burst fire shots can hit allies as well. Like that. Center? Centaur? Complete.
Lord Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. Eradicated.
Ooh, Scavishi. I'm just gonna end your turn here.
Dumb ways to die.
Oh, scared the crap out of me.
Many dumb ways to die.
Oh yeah, we're on phase 4 for Starship Troopers as well. Yeah, I saw they got a new DLC. Be careful, companions can get hurt by friendly fire. You don't say. Well, shucks. How do I want to? Okay, so this does count as a melee weapon, I guess. New planet and more levels. We go up to 100 now. Nice. Oh, cool. A fireplace on board a spaceship? I'm all behind this. Damn.
On it. Will do. Be gone.
That would be normal for their ships. Yeah, I know. But you don't usually think about it. Such nice furniture, all destroyed. It's depressing. Got it.
Your end was inevitable.
Saw that coming. Yeah, Warhammer once again, yeah.
A tactically sound approach.
Well, fudge.
At your beck and one viewer target.
Play a lot of Warhammer games, and I name the save for stream. Good luck me. Nice. Your characters just missed. To increase hit chance, equip your characters with a decent weapon and place them on a vantage point. Abilities and talents that improve the weapon skill characteristic will help you hit more often in close combat. For improved marksmanship, learn talents that increase the perception and ballistic skill of characters. Got it.
It's as good as you never stood a chance. I'll make it happen. Another enemy down.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone!
Poor dude.
But of course. What an unfortunate turn.
Ow!
Dumb ways to
It would suck to
die.
take a bolt of bullet. It would.
So many dumb ways to die.
It would be less than ideal, I believe. Would be the rather. An exact replica of the Valencia's void ship sits on its pedestal. Labels indicate the main components and decks of the vessel. Poor man gets that for free. Titles and authors are printed in gold on the spines of the books. The library contains works of imperial theology, law codices, biological sketches, biographical sketches, and chronicles of the greatest military conflicts of the Cronus Expanse and the Calixis sector. Cozy seating area is completely destroyed. Pieces of furniture and splinters are scattered everywhere, and dark stains cover the floor and upholstery. Synth Lover Leather Void Sweet Ale. Damn, I know them from a little bit of lore in Warhammer.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Lootables! We like lootables. What are you? Electrify Shardnet. Xeno Architect Culture. About to sneeze. Logic. Cogitator is silent. It seems that the machine spirit is no longer being powered by the motive force. AKA, this computer has lost power. Got it. Whoa, 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 whoa. To open a jammed door, click the icon. The character will, the highest tech skill will make the skill test. If this test fails, the door will remain closed. A partially bad result test caused the door to become permanently stuck and impossible to open.
This ocular implant was a worthwhile investment.
Machine Spirit Volvet? Belly Turning Wheels. Stuff. Multi-key machine right set. That looks like it might be where I'm supposed to go.
Success is the only outcome I accept.
D100 system, your character is about to make a tech use skill check. In dialogue and during exploration, you will often make various skill tests, and their results might determine how successful your character's efforts are. Make hidden dialogue options appear or reveal new information. The success of the test is determined by rolling a 100-sided die. Each skill test has a difficulty of up to 100, including negative values. To succeed, you must roll a value less than the sum of both the stated difficulty and the value of the skill used for the test. For example, you are attempting a test with a difficulty of -10. Your character's tech use skill is 40. Therefore, to succeed on the tech use skill, you must roll a 30 or less. Any result above 30 would mean failure. Note that the difficulty is calculated from greater to lower values. The greater the difficulty value, the easier it is to pass the test. It is easier to succeed on a difficulty 40 test than on a difficulty 10 test. That is so counterintuitive to anyone who's played Dungeons and Dragons. I think. I don't know. The higher character skill score, the easier it is for them to succeed on tests. Skill scores depend on the character's representative characteristics, scores, skill advancements, and level ups, and any bonuses the character's equipment might offer. To succeed on various tests during gameplay, develop different skills for your characters and your companions. Oh, that's the door?
I always have a backup plan.
Melta chargers. Collect all. Close.
I always keep my options open. That's how it's done. Just as I planned. Let us not dawdle. Failure is just a temporary setback. Success is the only outcome I accept.
100%.
That's how it's done.
Multi-key shotgun. What? Oh. Excuse me. Close. Kind of interesting how they didn't bury the cables. They just kind of left them there. Alright. +3 tech bonus to tech use. I have 35. 30, 30, 30. I'm gonna want the tech bonus. Got it. Recoil rate 1, max ammo. I think we're gonna give you a shotgun. Save.
Duty prevails.
Well, that's unfortunate. Remember to advance the level of the characters and companions. They always receive new abilities and talents to improve their skills. Got it. Benches and even the cogitator tore from its proper place, stacked. Rough semblance of a barricade.
Keep your wits about you.
There we go. Fallen Stella is blocking the path to the lifts. We have to look for another way around to Adaleth.
I always get the job done.
Officer's helmet, plus armor. Alrighty. So you just get Endure. Till the warrior's next turn, all incoming damage is reduced. You just get Endure. You get Exposed Weakness. And you get Revel in the Slaughter. What do we have? Okay, so armor is 25%, 20, 15, 25. That seems like the smarter option. Okay. The roar of the flames rings in your ears, and the choking smell makes you cough and gasp for air. You instinctively recoil from the scorching heat wiping your face. A moment later, a hazy silhouette forms in the raging wall of fire. You are surrounded by ear-splittering noise and screaming, yet you distinctly hear the sound of footsteps. And when you see the figure walk out of the flame toward you, it is Theodora von Valencia. Her expression is calm, terrifyingly so for someone whose body is engulfed in an inferno. One of her hands is resting on the hilt of her power sword, and the other is raised in inviting gesture. Are you lost, my heir? Argenta goes as still as a statue, then slowly raises her weapon. An apparition. A sorcerer's apparition. Trickery of the warp. Sister, you will lower your weapon. Despite his commanding tone, Abelard does not sound too confident. He is staring at the rogue traitor, and you notice a muscle in his cheek twitching. Threatening the Lord Captain is outrageous. How'd you get here? I am a rogue traitor, Citadel. I am wherever my will demands me to be. Would you prefer to be elsewhere at this time? Indubitably. But are you ready? Theodora watches you without blinking. Her snake-like gaze almost makes you forget about the fire searing you, leaving burns on your skin. I can lead you out of these flames, Citadel, show you a path, rid you of pain, and give you a weapon so that you may defeat your enemies. Decide. Your mouth begins to salivate. Each word Theodora speaks is like music to your ears. The entity that now dwells in the deepest recesses of your mind is pleading, begging, demanding that you give her an immediate answer. And that answer can be nothing other than acceptance. Do not listen to this abomination. Citadel, if there is naught but his light in your heart, if you are resolute in your faith, then step into the flames. The Emperor protects. His faithful will not be deterred by either darkness or deceitful promises, nor will the fire burn those who carry the torch of faith in their soul. To the void with you. We need to follow Lady Theodora before we suffocate in this furnace. The people. Abelard looks back at the coughing and confused people around you. Citadel, the survivors from the middle decks. We must help the crew. Lead them out. Find a way around. Over the roaring flames you hear distant sounds, frightening voices, screams muffled and distorted, as if there were a body of water between you and them. Sometimes your character will have to make tough decisions based on their values, interests, and goals. Such decisions affect their convictions. This can develop in three directions: dogmatic, Iconoclast Heretical. Each includes 5 ranks. The higher the ranks, the more zealous the character follows their convictions, and the more noticeably the world around them reacts to their actions and decisions. Promotion through the ranks of each of the 3 directions opens up access to new dialogue lines, events, unique abilities, and also changes the attitude of others towards your character. Also, some items can only be equipped by characters with certain convictions. When one of the conviction branches reaches rank 3, Votari, it becomes the character's main focus. When that happens, the other 2 conviction branches cannot be raised above rank 2, Adherent. The character's allies have convictions of their own as well. Got it. Then we'll miss our chance to meet up with Edda. Irina breaks off and starts coughing violently. Her knees buckle and she looks like she's about to fall. Citadel, what are you waiting for? Walk through the fire. The Emperor will guide the righteous on their path. Heretical, accept the offer of help. Take my pain away and give me power. Iconoclast, get the people off the bridge. I will not leave my people in harm's way. I will not leave people in harm's way. You look away and the illusion breaks. The unbearable heat instantly makes your skin burn, and the voices of the people beyond the shroud of smoke grow stronger and hopeful once you and your companions rush back, barking orders and guiding the survivors. In your determination, you completely forget about Theodora, and when you turn your head, you see nothing but the billowing flames. Fall back, we'll go around.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Where did it go? The thing that was standing in front of us in the fire? I could have sworn.
To the same place all unholy visions go. Do you want to follow it, witch? The Emperor favors me today.
Oh, well, that's one way to get around.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Too late. We are too late. Or perhaps Edelthrad and his escort never made it here. Which would be even worse.
Or they could be fighting on the bridge as we speak. Without us.
My lord, I beg your pardon for interrupting. The people are asking for orders. You came back to save us. So now we will follow you through thick and thin.
To the bridge. If Edelthrad is there, then he requires immediate assistance. I say there is one thing that I find most troubling. The Lord Captain's Voxcasts. They are still coming in, even though it would make sense for Lady Theodora to be on the bridge right now, at the head of the counter-assault. I feel uneasy. What if the Lord Captain is besieged in her own chambers? With your permission, I suggest that we confirm for ourselves that she is not. We can use the same elevator that Lady Theodora and Mort headed for earlier.
High-octane promedium canister. What could go wrong? Let's put that in inventory.
I always have a backup plan.
Oh, okay. So they did block off the stairs. Generator hums softly when you draw close. Your skin begins to tingle from static discharge.
Attention to detail is the key to success.
Reinforced thermoplast. Armor kit.
This could be an opportunity.
Profane blades. Data conduit cable. Got some weird stuff. It does not serve as a stateroom. The generators, machines, and crude wall paneling indicate that it is a maintenance module room rather than an area for receiving guests. This is cool. Plasma conduits blaze with energy capable of powering a vast void ship. Behold the power of the sun. Save. Captain's quarters, I guess. Damn. You found an item that can only be equipped by a character of certain rank. You can only open the character menu to see which conviction your character follows. Note that both their character and their companions have their own convictions. You can check what convictions a character adheres to on the Convictions tab of the character menu. Convictions change in direction and rank based on how the game's story develops. Very important plot decisions. God damn. Can I have this place? It's got a pool. I mean, shit. It's got a pool.
Is there money to be made?
Nope. A bizarre fragment hung on a trophy board. The light, smooth surface of the object is with dark spots and crumbling holes. Hammers, axes, other goodies. Helmet of the Devout Protector. Requires Dogmatic Follower. Helmet grants the wearer immunity to enemy critical hits. You're dogmatic. Hell yeah, you're dogmatic. The organ seems to have been sitting idle for many years.
Keep your wits about you.
Theodora's Rosary. To commercial and lore imperial. Rogue Trader's Cloak, Fellowship. For each enemy in a 2-cell radius. Murder scene looks like something. Thoria von Valencia's body is sprawled on the large, blood-drenched desk. The arch-militant's corpse, still clutching a weapon, is slumped against one of the bulkheads.
Emperor, accept the faithful souls.
The Sister of Battle surveys the scene, her gaze lingering on the arch-militant's body.
Lord Captain, I didn't hear a thing. Not a whisper, not a breath. It was so loud. Why didn't I foresee this?
It's unfortunate.
Lord Captain, who would even dare? Unless that rat, Voidsphere.
I doubt it. Voidveer wished humiliation and suffering upon Theodora, not a swift death.
It could have happened in the heat of battle. Not to mention that Mort was here, and he would have protected Lady Theodora to the last. How could Mort have failed her so terribly? The Arch-Militant was born on a death world. He had lightning-fast reflexes.
I can look at things in my own way. If you find something that might bear the imprint of the killer, just give it to me, and I'll try to see what secrets it holds.
Examine Theodora's body. You lean closer to the body. The cause of death is apparent. What ended the rogue trader's life was an auto pistol shot, an extraordinarily accurate one at that. Theodora's face bears an expression of surprise, the last emotion she experienced in life. Something on the floor catches your eye, a heap of blood-splattered parchment and scrolls that must have fallen off the desk. As you lean down for a closer look, you notice something else, small shards of glass scattered on the floor. You might be able to see the killer through her eyes.
It doesn't work like that. I can try to read the memories of objects, but dead bodies are a different story. Something like that would require her soul. And after what we saw on the officer's deck, I won't risk searching for it in the warp.
Inspect the papers. Reports, accounts, dispatch. You go over the scrolls until you stumble upon a document that is starkly different from the rest. It's handwritten letters signed with the initials XC, and a seal with a symbol that is vaguely familiar to you. Succeed! Woo! We gained some experience. And sends a shiver down your spine. The author of this letter addressed to Theodora von Valencia signed it with the seal of one of the holy orders of the Empire's Inquisition, the secret police of the Imperium that relentlessly hunts heretics, Xenos, and other enemies of humanity. Inspect the shards by the desk. It's difficult to say what exactly was broken. The object fell on the floor, and that is as much as you can ascertain. Upon closer examination, the shards are iridescent rather than completely transparent, as if they had been submerged in promethium. What do these shards tell you?
I see streaks of color, luminescence, blue lights, faces drawing closer. Lady Theodora and Conrad and what is that? Ah! Something dark, enormous. Oh, this glass thing was something foul, that's for sure. Tainted witchcraft.
Tell that Argenta's remark is directed at the glass shards, or Indra itself. Examine the militant's body. An auto pistol shot went straight through Mort's forehead, spraying the floor and the furniture around with blood, brain matter, and shards of his skull. The safety on the arch-militant's weapon is off. The killer must have been a split second quicker than he. Must be on the way.
Yes, the crucible of battle calls to me once more.
No, wait! We must see if we can find anything.
Idira, you can't bring her back. Let her go.
You'd give up so easily, old man? I expected as much from the sister. It's not like she has a heart. But you? Oh no. I'll get to the bottom of this. I'll find the one responsible for murdering the Lord Captain. And when I do, that scum will regret the day they were born.
I always keep my options open.
Okay. Murder scene looks like someone caught the victim by surprise. No one had time to react.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Cool. They knew what they wanted. They wanted to just kill her and move on, that's for certain.
None of them!
Light and medium armor. Armor protects the character from incoming damage. Light and medium armor types are both available to you at the moment. The armor stat indicates what percentage of incoming damage from an enemy attack it can absorb. The armor type of armor also influences the chances that the character wearing it will pass a dodge test. The higher the dodge penalty, the lower the chance of the dodge an enemy attack. Character in light armor dodges attacks more often, but takes more damage when hit. Medium armor absorbs more damage If the character is hit but reduces their mobility and ability to dodge attacks. Some talents allow characters to use different types of armor more effectively, efficiently, better. Okay. Cutthroat, cutthroat, cutthroat. So they're all melee guys. Including the Combat Servitor.
Indeed.
Well, I tried.
I'll see to it personally. Your end was inevitable. On it. Another enemy down.
Enemy status. You will encounter enemies with various abilities and features. An icon next to the enemy's portrait indicates that they are under the influence of some kind of effect. Right-click on the effects icon to see more details. If you wish to learn more about an enemy, right-click on their portrait or the enemy themselves. Heavily damaged.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. Doubt is for the weak. Rejoice in battle! None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
I'm good with that, you know?
Not this Scryer's job.
Just a minor setback.
Ouch.
The best defense is a good offense.
Oh! Fine with this. Combat log. You can gain better understanding of what transpired in combat by checking the combat log. All actions performed by your character, their companions, and the enemies are recorded in the combat log in the bottom right. Log, okay. Corner of the screen, right mouse button on an event or action to learn more about it. Vile degradation. Okay. Can I?
I'm
Target
not
is too
interested.
close. That was what I was afraid of.
I am ready for whatever comes.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Grants an additional 3 movement for each enemy that is either in a 5 cell radius. Okay. One creature within 1 cell radius bleeding on the target.
There is movement in the Empyrean.
Follow my lead. Grey hair, sure hair. I took care of this one.
Grace of Oblivion. Las pistols. I will collect all that. Alright, so we got some level ups. Available special ability. Daring Breach. The warrior immediately restores all AP and MP and gains an agility bonus plus agility bonus MP until the end of the turn. They don't lose MP after performing attacks. The warrior has no limit on melee attacks this turn, so this is like your bonus, or not bonus, your second wind. Yeah, Baruch. Oh. Epicenter of Slaughter. Whenever the warrior is attacked, they gain +1 stack of Epicenter of Slaughter until the end of combat. At the start of their turn, the warrior gains +1 temporary wound for each stack. These temporary wounds cannot exceed the warrior's toughness bonus. Thick skin. So there's a bunch of suggested ones. Combat Master, Chain Weapon Expert, Bolt Weapon Expert. I need Bolt Weapon Proficiency in order to get that, though. Base Skill, Advance. Do not falter, scatter, get into cover. Contempt. Warrior's next melee attack against that enemy deals additional toughness bonus. Does not stack. Enraged. Less than 50% wound, they gain 5% toughness. Temporary wound sounds nice. Deals an additional warrior damage to enemies that have no allies in adjacent cells. A warrior gains +1 damage deflection. Their parry chance is increased by by plus 25% of the warrior's total armor. So the higher his armor, the more parry he gets. This is a you cannot kill me. That seems like a really good skill to pick up. Ramming speed. Increases charge distance by 3 cells. What's up, buddy? What about you? What is your recommendation? I mean, it is tempting to go thick skin. So real quick, everybody. Acer Bud! Oh, he took off. I was going to show you Acer Bud with all of his toys. Sorry about that. Additional agility damage bonus. What is your agility? 35. What's the bonus? Bonus is 3. This is an additional 3 damage. That might actually not. Let's go with that. Operative. The operative triggers an exploit on an enemy. The operative gains +1 damage and armor penetration until the end of the turn. You nut. I don't trust you, he says. Exposed weaknesses reduces the enemy's toughness and willpower by int bonus for 1 round. Fresh target. Operative attacks an enemy that is full of wounds. That attack deals bonus more damage to that enemy. Oh, rogue we trading? I don't know. It's kind of weird to think, but I think, yeah, operative would be rogue. Exposed weakness costs 0 AP. Ooh, that's actually really nice. How you doing, Siberian? What do you get? Firearm Mastery. Gains the ability to make a number of extra attacks equal to their weapon's rate of fire. Minimum 2. Nice. Rapid Reload. Minus 2 AP cost, less. First reload in combat does not cost. That's nice. After the soldier deals damage to 3 different enemies, the soldier gains +10 BS bonus. Times the BS bonus. More damage for their next attack in the current. Could have been asleep 90 minutes ago, but here I am. Well, we appreciate you showing up. I'm sorry you can't sleep. That's no fun. Introduce an ally. The soldier deals extra BS damage. More damage. What is BS? Oh, ballistic skill damage. Okay. Soldier gains +3 plus the agility bonus %. Critical hit chance. This bonus is doubled against enemies from which the soldier is protected by cover. Fired up. Deals damage. Their critical damage is increased by 1% until the end of next combat. So surroundings. Cover efficiency is increased by 10% for full cover and 20 for half. Here, soldier, you're gonna be firing weapons. Let's make damn sure you can keep firing. Alright. Plus fellowship. Oh, it's blue. Okay, I'll deal with it. Esteemed Theodora, change in circumstances has demanded your immediate assistance at our mutual cause. Forthwith, upon receiving this letter and performing the necessary preparations of the crew, you are to depart for the Rykad system. One of my agents, Interrogator Hiddenrax von Kalox, operates there at the present time. Upon your arrival in the system, you will, without delay, make contact with him and offer any assistance required of you, after which you will provide him passage to the free Bondus system aboard your ship. On footfall, the interrogator will remove himself from your presence to await further instructions. Info. Anticipate any questions you may have. I will stress that the nature of Interrogator von Kalax's activities on Rykad Minoris is of no concern to you. If required, von Kalax himself will disclose the details of his mission. May the Emperor's light be with you. Well, that didn't work out in our favor. Toughness if their intelligence is less than 35. My intelligence is less than 35. Commerce and lore. I kind of like commerce and lore more, though. Your intelligence is right in that ballpark. Alright, and rather than the auto pistol, let's give you a las gun. Rather than, oh, you have a las pistol. What do I have? What am I using? I have a las pistol. You are using an auto pistol. Hello, las pistol. Anything else you want to do? It's pretty good, I guess. If I right-click here, splits, add to cargo. So I can just go straight to add to cargo. Okay, nice. It's good to know. Void ship bridge. Take stuff, go away.
Just as I planned.
What horrific warp energies permeate?
The first sacrifice opens the eye. The second sacrifice draws its gaze.
Edirath, who is clutching a bleeding wound in his chest, gives you a tormented look. Help has arrived. Too late to change the tide, I'm afraid. But if there's any honor in you, we can at least die with dignity and give our lives for the rogue traitor. Theodore Valencia is dead. I found her in the archives of the Military. God Emperor preserve us. The rogue trader's dead. The ship is lost or the captain. And the house is its head. Adarath shudders and grabs his shoulder. As you watch, the sleeves of his jacket burst open and two bone growths pierce through the fabric. No matter what ritual Kundra is performing there, the warp is too strong. I cannot withstand it. I feel my body changing with every second. The warp raging in the air. This is the end. We will perish in the warp, along with the warrant and all the dynasty's heirs. The enemy of humanity has triumphed. Indrid looks anxiously at Eldarath. Then she glances back at you. I've seen it before. We'd better get away from him. The changes are already accelerating. The ship can still be steered out of the warp. Adara stares at you and his eyes harden with cold resolve once more. That we have no right to bow our heads. You see Conrad clearly in the gloom of the bridge. The broken blade he is holding is stained with dark drops that seem to have a pearlescent glimmer. Pearlescent glimmer to them. We are out of time, Eldrith bites his knuckle, desperately thinking. You see a wave ripple across the whites of Eldrith's eyes, and they begin to turn a sickly yellow. To Eldrith. That complicates things. Lowers his head, then he sighs and locks eyes with you, his gaze cold, haunted, and fanatical. The ritual will not be complete. I will take care of it, and you, see to it that the void ship breaks free of the warp. Watch over our realm, and farewell. Cursed traitor, a time will come when you will bleed for her ladyship Theodora's murder. Remember my words, for they are the vow of he who marches towards his death. What? Theodora is dead? Stares at you in seemingly genuine bewilderment. No, that can't be. Not now. I still haven't...
Your ritual won't be finished, heretic!
Your demise is already calculated.
Momentum. To use the unique abilities called Heroic Acts or Desperate Measures, momentum is required. Depending on the actions of your party in combat, a momentum bar will increase or decrease. The higher momentum value allows a character to use Heroic Act. A lower value grants access to the Desperate Measure. Both abilities can completely change the course of battle, but every party member can either use one or the other, and only once in a single combat. Well, shit. It's not ideal. How do I want to do this? We're gonna have to gang up on this sucker. This also adds a very humanizing element to this story. Enemy statuses, you will encounter enemies with various abilities. Yeah, we've been there already. Chaos spawn, that's 4.
Who, if not me? Your end was inevitable.
Oh shit, he parried. Ow. That was less than ideal.
Faith without deeds is worthless. I was chosen. As the Emperor commands, I act. Guided by faith. This is a prayer.
Deck Enforcer. Cutthroat, Heretic Cutthroat, Crew Officer, Heretic, Bleeding, Pro.
Was it you? Or...
Damn. I'll let you two go at it then.
Army of pain won't stop me.
Ow! 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 You can use a med kit to restore your party members' wounds in battle, treat an injury, or get rid of certain negative effects. If the character is injured or afflicted with such an effect, if the character has a med kit equipped, its icon will be displayed at the bottom left. If no such icon is present, open the inventory and equip a medkit by double-clicking on it. You use a medkit, select its icon. Character can only use a medkit on a target they are adjacent to. So, can I use a medkit on Citadel?
I will not.
Okay, so...
I won't forget this.
Will be undone.
There we go. Can only be used by characters with field medic feature-based skill Medicaid or have taken Medicaid skill advancement at least once. A Medicaid skill test determines the number of wounds restored. Each Medicaid holds 2 or more charges, with 1 charge being consumed per use. Once used, Medicaids disappear from the panel on the bottom of the screen, so remember to equip your characters with new Medicaids regularly. Note that healing, just like most actions, spends action points. Got it.
I'll do it.
Well, shit. Psychers reach deeper into the warp, blah 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 blah. Oh damn, that uses a ton of power. Three count.
On it.
Okay. Oh, it's got reach. Well, shit, I didn't see that coming. Dude, can you kill that cutthroat for me, would you please? Apparently not.
Let me help.
Injuries will not slow.
Victory is imminent.
Till the warrior's next turn, all incoming damage is reduced by the warrior gains 5 temporary wounds.
I will do my duty.
I'll brush this off.
Would you stop shooting me?
I'll see to it personally.
Can he use this on himself? He can.
make it happen.
I'm a little terrified as to what's going to happen to him if he doesn't heal. Let's heal.
I'll make sure to return the favor one day.
Stop mocking me.
Okay.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
Reload, you've run out of ammo. To continue shooting, you need to reload the weapon. Use the reload action on the weapons panel at the bottom of the screen to replenish ammo and keep fighting. Like with most actions in combat, you need to spend action points to reload. Ammo supply is limited for your character and party, so you can reload is unlimited, so you can reload whenever the need arises. Got it. She should.
Doubt is for the weak.
There we go. You should get a free reload. Five to 9.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
I should just have her.
I'm not so sure.
Nope. He inflicts one exploit on all enemies in combat, then makes a free attack against the target that attack hits.
Will do.
You're getting a little high on warp power here, lady.
What of course. Anything is.
Kill the goddamn cutthroat, would you? Well, I suppose I can get him next round.
At your beck and call.
Spawn.
It will be done. For Von Valencia. At your beck and call. Victory is imminent. Indeed. I will do my duty.
Can we stop shooting me in the back, damn it? Well, I don't have to worry about him anymore.
Resides in the will of the righteous.
Yes, I did.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands. Doubt is for the
Well, that was fun.
Was that you? Or anything else?
How long does this last for? The target's down until the start of the operative's next turn.
Will do.
It will be done.
Why did I not foresee this? Stop it!
Blade Shard. Mantle of Heroism. What do we got here? Available talent and available characteristic. I already have this feature. Increases charge, living shield. Clenched teeth. Hardened scars. Intercept. When a warrior parries an attack, their next warrior archetype ability costs -1 less. Crowd kill. Area attacks deal an additional damage. Defensive stance. If the warrior is not attacked this turn, they gain blah. Blade Fury. Recommended, favored, offensive, defensive, universal, okay. Charge and push increase the damage of ranged attacks made against affected enemies by 5. until the end of combat. Does not stack. Chain weapon expert. +4 maximum damage. I'd love to. Melee superiority bonus. In melee combat, any target surrounded by more allies than enemies receives a +10 weapon skill bonus. Oh. For each additional ally. Large creatures need to be surrounded by more than 2 enemies to provide this advantage. Okay. Good to know. +2 movement points, dueling mastery, gains more parry, las weapon expert, nimble, bonus to dodge, power weapon, solid projectile weapon, I will not die, melt plasma bolter weapon proficiency, dual weapon combat. The character can attack with the second weapon in their current weapon set, in addition to the usual 1 attack per round. This attack suffers a -20 penalty to weapon skill and ballistic skill, and costs +1 more AP. Soldier's first grenade used in combat does not cost AP. If I was a soldier and had grenades, that would be truly wonderful. %10 to critical hit chances for axes, hammers, and las weapons. Death world characteristics. Contempt. When he attacks a warrior, the warrior's next melee attack against that enemy deals an additional toughness damage. Epicenter of Slaughter might be a good one to go with. What was the other one I was thinking? Dual weapons. Dueling mastery. Dual offensive. Support? Nope. Universal. What's it called? Dual weapon combat. This is not an offensive feature? What kind of feature is it? Bonus to enemies, they have no allies in adjacent cells. attacks the warrior. You know, I'm gonna pick up dual weapon. This character used bolter weapons such as bolter and bolter pistol. So weapon skill, strength, agility, and toughness. Agility allows the character to manipulate, increases character's initiative, dodge, chance, and reaction. Character uses melee weapons, their dodge reaction is equal to half of their agility. It also affects the demolition skill. For each bonus and toughness skill, gain plus 10% wounds. In all forms of close combat. What is carousal? It has the ability to resist negative effects applied by some poisons, stimulators, or alcohol. May give access to new dialogue options. Let's go with toughness. If, depending on how we play our cards, we could go with dual pistolier with this guy eventually, although he is set up to be a warrior, not a soldier. Whenever he's attacked, he does more damage. And you are going to be melee, so we might as well give you weapon skills. Operator. Perception is never a bad skill. Holy hell, high. Let's go with perception. You have no recommended talents. Okay. Heavy weapon proficiency. Natural luck. Oh, when the psyker uses divination psychic power on an ally without an unnatural luck effect, the ally gains unnatural luck. Stronger together, side. Character level requirement, okay. Power conduit. Psychic phenomena or perils of the war first time each turn. The psyker's next psychic power costs one less action point. Okie dokie. Where are you at, Argenta? Agility or ballistic skill? Gonna be honest, we're going with ballistic skill for you. Rack and ruin. Soldier deals damage to 3 different enemies. Camaraderie. For each adjacent ally, the soldier deals bonus damage. Unpredictable. Soldier gains agility bonus %, crit hit chance. Fired up. Soldier deals damage. The crit damage is increased by 1% until the end of combat. Point blank. All soldiers' area attacks gain +5. When used against enemies in 3-cell radius around. Okay. Fortress. Enough bullets for everyone. Fired up sounds like a good one. Especially when she's got the ability to just do crit damage. Yeah, she's dogmatic.
The heir is dead. He sacrificed himself to save the entire dynasty.
Old man, he was never going to make it. He was mutating right in front of us. You just ended his suffering sooner.
I always have a backup plan.
Raver, Master Helmsman, system status report. By the Emperor, it's the Seneschal. Living and breathing. A white-haired man with sickly pale skin salutes you. Well, there's a tricky question. The whole place is so overgrown with foul wickedry, we'll be scrubbing it off the void screens for throne knows how long. How'd you people survive in here? Man glances around the bridge. Must have been Providence. It better have been the Emperor's, not someone else's. When they barged in here, the ones with the Master of Whispers, some officers charged them, but it wasn't even a fight. I grabbed whoever I could and dragged them behind the cogitators, then I prayed for our rescue. We need to re-establish connection with the Navigator Sanctorum. It's our only chance of escaping from the warp. Your words seem to knock the officers out of their stupor, and the air around you fills with voices and commands being issued. You hear someone sobbing, one of the servitors buckling under the stress. Abelard cuffs the crying officer without even looking. Restore the Vox channel to the Navigator's Sanctum. Ready the crew. Prepare for transition to real space. Abelard pauses for a few seconds before turning to you. Citadel. You may call me superstitious, but translation is not a good time to disregard rules. You are the only one who speaks for House von Valencius. You may not be the Lord Captain, but you, more than anyone else, deserve to take her place in the ritual that is about to commence. He directs your attention forward to the throne that sits at the apex of the tall staircase. What must I do? Take the Lord Captain's seat, order the final preparations, wait for the officers to report. Well, blast it all to the void. Translation is a craft, not something to be explained in a tick. Just go up to the throne, Master Citadel. These people are about to do the impossible. The least they deserve is the solace of seeing a figure sitting in the usual spot. Please hurry. Every second we waste is a terrible risk. I'm ready. Begin the ritual. Too many big words. The image before you is hazy, swaying in sorcerous currents invisible to mortal eyes, as if whatever is beneath this thin shell is constantly changing while still remaining the same. It has taken on the guise of Theodora, but the false rogue trader's eyes reveal the entity's true, surreal nature. One of Theodora's eyes is engulfed in otherworldly fire, the other, a vassal of ancient evil, bores into you. A voice seeps directly into your brain without even reaching your ears, and this voice booms with all the horrors of the warp. Who are you to oppose destiny itself for the sake of lives that are not your own? So many threads stretched between you and other creatures of your world. Excuse me. Pitiful, worthless links, ready to shatter at the slightest touch. A muddled, erratic, pointless tangle. It resonates and merges with the voices that have already dug their foul roots into your consciousness. A moment later, you realize that all those voices are the myriad manifestations of the same call that has finally invaded your mind. You are to blame for Theodora's death. The vision lets out a crawling laughter. I am the beginning and the end, and all that courses in between. I am the voice of the truth that is destined to triumph. For triumph is the terminal point of every twisted maze of fate. Your head begins to spin, and viscous drops slither down your cheek. You blink, and you are no longer looking at Theodora. It is the traitor Kurad, just as fluid and ephemeral as the previous apparition. The same terrifying voice seethes from his lips. The aspirant vowed to return with a trophy, a relic that could serve the edge of daybreak. That fate was assured and the steps chosen, and yet you broke the unbreakable when you took the aspirant's place. I see you on the day when the final dawn rises over the iron world. I see you by my side on that day, the day of my resurrection. The image is scattered by invisible sorceress winds, and you see Idra, her eyes aglow with the same sinister flame. Your image is woven into the tapestry of things to come. I am the will of the weaver of destinies, and today I will weave a new thread of elusive possibilities and flickering chances. The thread that will lead you out of the maw of irreversibility. The thread that will help you find the keys to salvation. The thread that will guide you, and the weapon of our return to me. A cavalcade of hazy glimpses of the future yet unknown passes before your eyes. A flash of crimson, purple. The images replace one another in a violent kaleidoscope without even letting you get a proper look at them. Through the rippling mirage, you see a twisted image of Abelard, the loyal seneschal of the dynasty. The path is set, child of the dawn. The thread is woven. Follow it, servant of mine. Is Abelard the one who killed her? Is it Abelard the Despoiler? I know, not very punny, but still. One moment, guys. Sorry about that. Raver turns around and looks up at you. He hesitates for a few moments and addresses Abelard, who is standing next to you. Seneschal, the navigation sanctorum is silent. The Vox signal is stable, which means... Abelard nods absent-mindedly. The navigator has given his life battling the storm that nearly claimed the von Valesius's flagship. We will honor his memory along with that of all who have died this day. Rever does not look away. He is giving you a hard stare, his white brows furrowed. Seneschal, will you tell us now who is that? Where's the Lord Captain?
As First Officer, it is my duty to inform you with the greatest regret and indelible sorrow that Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius is dead. May her memory never fade from the annals of the dynasty.
It takes time for Abadal to respond. You watch as he grits his teeth, unable to bring himself to say anything. Finally, he adjusts his blood-stained coat, straightens, and begins to speak.
By right of blood succession, and with the absence of other kin who could challenge this decision.
After waiting out the first wave of shocked cries, Abelard glances at you and continues.
It is hereby declared that the successor to Theodora von Valancius is her heir, the rightful inheritor of the warrant of trade, and the title of Rogue Trader. The official ascension ceremony will be held at a later time. In the interim, have you lost your tongues? Hail your lord. It is because of his toils that we all still live.
Abelard stops short and glares fiercely at the confused officers.
The deed is done, Master. My apologies. I meant to say Lord Captain.
Seneschal turns to you. He looks at least half a decade older.
The treachery of the Master of Whispers was fruitless, but victory came at a great cost. Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius perished along with her heir, Edelthrad, and thousands of crew members. Yet hope remained. For the second in line to the Rogue Trader dynasty survived. And through the strength of his resolve, saved those who were counting on him for protection.
Sacred Diviner in a service to Rogue Trader von Valencia, daughter of a distant world and the product of a doctrine alien to the Imperium. She perceives the curse of sorcery as a gift she deserves. For only the most skilled and strong can endure the touch of the Immortarium. Rotating chair, I like it. Deep shadows of weariness can be seen on Abelard's face, though the old officer's eyes are keen. They rake over you from head to toe. He frowns, mutters something, then nods to himself. Well then, your lordship. You cannot help but notice that the Seneschal does not know how to talk to you or where to begin. His hesitation brings an involuntary smirk to your face, as though someone else entirely is gloating at the old officer's confusion. Seeing your smile, Abaddon pulls Abelard pulls himself together. You must now hold your first officer's briefing in your new role as Lord Captain. For many of those who are about to join us on the bridge, this will also be their first briefing. We sustained massive losses among the senior and middle-ranking officers. Some posts have had to be filled by the deputy, while others go unfilled entirely, and now the deck clans are deciding who will take over the leaderless crews. How did we come to lose so many officers? It appears the heretics were deliberately targeting the vessel's command. They knew exactly whom they were looking for and where they could be found, which is unsurprising given the information on board was the informant on board was our own Master of Whispers. What is on the agenda for this meeting? Reports on the condition of the ship and crew. The Lord Captain is not usually drawn away from her important affairs to attend such routine briefings, but this is a unique situation. I'm still receiving updates from across the ship, and they are not encouraging. Getting this bird to fly could take a gargantuan effort, even so far as you personally negotiating with the authorities of the system we are currently in. So prepare to hear a bevy of complaints and excuses, your lordship. Take this opportunity to get a good look at the officers who work 6 decks away from the bridge, and they, in turn, will have the honor of beholding the vestige of their Lord Captain. Wow, it really gives you the feel of you're this really big shot now all of a sudden. Have you succeeded in tracking down Vigtavar? Abelard, Albert is what I want to call him, Abelard, grits his teeth. No, Lord Captain. In all the commotion, his trail went cold. Our people are still on the hunt for him, and any mutineers who may still be skulking in the ship's many corridors. But, frankly, I would not be surprised to hear that we are now one shuttle short. I'm afraid that it will be some time before he hears for all that he has wrought. Wait, Abelard, there's another more pressing problem. I do not wish to be the rogue traitor. I am ready to start the briefing. Summon the officers. With a gesture, Abelard relays the order to the adjuncts at the far end of the magnificent chamber. Consumables. You have found a consumable item. Grenades, stimulants, medkits, blah 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 blah. Dozen pairs of eyes bore into you, the expressions revealing resent, joy, curiosity, and wariness. Attention officers, you have been granted an honor. Lord Captain Citadel von Valencius will personally conduct today's briefing. Our most gracious Lord Captain is ready to hear your reports. Perhaps you would introduce those present, Abelard. As you wish, your lord. Abelard points to a tall, slender woman whose body seems to contain as many implants as it does flesh. Vigdis Suriota of the Tolman line, our new Vox Master. Vox Master Vigdis, it is an honor to serve you, your lordship. The Vox Master offers a deep bow. Aboard this vessel, you have at your command thousands of crew members and hundreds of officers and section chiefs. I am responsible for receiving, processing, and sending all communications between you and them, as well as external sources. I am your eyes and mouth, Lord Captain. Beside her is Ravor, the master helmsman. He steers our ship along the course set by the Lord Captain and monitors the void around us to ensure that we do not stray into an asteroid field or a pirate trap. The bearded man with pale, almost transparent skin, large dark circles under his eyes, and a dour expression that seems hardwired into his face gives a sullen nod. Hail, Lord Captain. This here ship's as good as home to me, so rest assured she's in safe hands. I'll die before I let her come to any grief. And lastly, our high factotum Jarus Denrock, who oversees supplies, procurement, and the general material well-being of the ship. Dressed in an embroidered jacket, the heavy-set man with oiled hair offers an obsequious smile and bows. It is an honor, your lordship. You may trust me with all matters concerning your comfort. Everything will be done to the highest standard. In the second row, we have the 3 officers charged with overseeing the ship's vital functions. The Master of Ordnance is responsible for the artillery aboard. The Infernus Master, whose crew work to prevent and extinguish fires on the ship. And lastly, the Drives Master, servant of the Omnissiah. How are you defining Omnissiah? Machine god. Okay. Supernatural entity, god of all knowledge, worshipped by the Adeptus Mechanicus. Okay, so they just went really broad strokes. The 3 officers salute you. The Infernus Master does so with confidence, while the Master of Ordnance betrays nervousness. The Drive Master offers a salute resembling a dance, involving the complicated manipulation of all the tech priests. Makendrites. Makendrites? Is that everyone? Unfortunately, our choir master, the esteemed Zachariah Wise, head of the Astropath section, is unable to join us. He is in charge of communications with distant star systems. Master Wise has been in a trance for some time now, attempting to contact other planets in the Von Valisius Protectorate and inform them of Lady Theodora's passing and Kunrad's treachery. I will deliver a report to your lordship on the Astropath's progression as soon as it is possible to do so. All others present are adjuncts, secretaries, or deputies. They are here to make a record of proceedings. I wish to hear the Infernus Master's report. Yes, Lord Captain. The tall young man bows his head in deference. I can report that all fires across all decks have now been extinguished. The preliminary damage assessment in terms of material loss and crew casualties has been complete. The results have been submitted to the Seneschal and the High Factorum. The post passed to him after the previous Infernal Master and his next 3 deputies expired in the line of duty, Albert remarks in a low voice pitched for your ears only. The lad is managing well so far. He can take the heat, so to speak. High Factorum, what have you to report? We are toiling day and night to compile a full account of the losses. The task will require next to no involvement from your lordship. I will personally ensure that all damaged components are given into the tech priest's hands for attention, and that all lost supplies are replaced. There is only one resource that I cannot replenish single-handedly, and that is people. We have lost more than 2,000 crew members, and unfortunately this number is not confined to the scum from the lower decks, which are easily replaced, but also includes trained personnel. We will be able to make up our losses on the nearest planet, Rekad Minoris. However, the planet, the whole system in fact, belongs to the Winterscale Rogue Trader dynasty. We cannot simply begin recruiting on the planet without first coming to an understanding with the governor. In that respect, I am powerless. Negotiations at this level are a matter for the Rogue Trader. Especially true given Coligus Winterscale's penchant for attacking first and asking questions later. The kind of thick-skulled thugs he usually installs as governors on his planets. Rumbles Abelard, frowning. Drive Master, I'll hear from you now. Zera Talar, a voice distorted by Vox Retranslator. A voice distorted by Vox Retranslator emerges from under the Text Priest's sacred hood. Blah. Lord Captain, the foes that set upon this noble void ship destroyed the repositories of hundreds of machine spirits. The great warp engine entrusted into my care is unharmed, thank the Omnissiah, but its spirit mourns its dead brethren. We have not yet identified a prayer protocol capable of assuring its sorrow and anger. Assuading? Relieving? Its sorrow and anger. With great sorrow, I must also report that the Enginseer Prime Overseer and spiritual authority of all tech priests on board fell in battle. The Magos was betrayed by the little flesh that remained part of him. A most terrible loss. There is no one among my comrades aboard whose experience and comprehension of the sacred protocols equals that of the fallen Magos. We require a replacement, and as soon as possible. The ship's most senior tech priest, most senior both in rank and in experience, is dead. If we do not find a replacement, we will be unable to resolve the problems with the warp engine. Got it. Answers the Vox Master instantly, without even thinking. This is not the first time she has acted as an interpreter between the ship's various inhabitants. Master Helmsman, deliver your status report. Right you are, Lord Captain. To cut a long story short, the outlook is bleak. The ship's sound, more or less, but without our Enginseer Prime and Navigator, who fell in battle, we have no way out of the system. If we try to set so much as a toe inside the warp, I don't know what'll happen first. Our warp drive being torn to pieces, or all of us melting into the bulkheads. Your Lordship, if you will allow me to interject, when we arrived in the system, my crew followed standard protocols and conducted a count of all the available communication channels in the region. One of them was a Narvis Nobilite station. The station maintains complex Vox silence, but even its presence here inspires hope. To have located a navigator in the very same system is an incredible stroke of luck, a true blessing from the God Emperor. Sharp bolt of pain lances through your skull as if in response to what you just heard. You understand that it is not the God Emperor you should thank for such good fortune. The words of the demon that appeared before you during the transition to real space echo in your mind. I am the will of the Weaver of Destinies, and today I will weave a new thread of elusive possibilities and fickle chances, the thread that will lead you out of the maw of irreversibility, the thread that will help you find the keys to salvation. I was a little afraid of that. If I were you, I'd grab this chance with both hands, or else you'll soon be eyeing up asteroids to use as your next residence. And slightly less shitty news. We can't go around and round the system till our heads are swimming, as long as the promethium and supplies last. So, combustible fuel. Okay. And if any thick as grok shit lowlives come sniffing around, we'll be able to take them out. So don't you worry on that score. Master of Ordnance, do you have anything to report? The Master of Ordnance gives you a gloomy look. No, my job's simple. Maintain the arsenal and fire when I'm told. Just ask anyone. We've got no able crew. No Lord Cap. Master of Ordnance, you forget yourself. So what? Comes the officer's hostile and bitter reply. It is as if a dam has burst inside and all his pent-up emotions come rushing out of him. This ship's in ruins, every second officer's dead. And now we've got a Green Lord Captain who's supposed to lead us to Void knows where? Silence. The bridge's magnificent glass panes seem to tremble under the force of Abelard's roar. Enforcer, seize this mutineer. Grenades, stimulants, medkits, and other consumables can be placed as quick access slots. Double click on such an item. Using consumable items spends a character's action points. Abelard grunts. If only one officer out of the whole lot has fallen to pieces, then that's not bad at all. Your Lordship, I do humbly apologize on behalf of the entire crew. What would you have us do with the Master of Ordnance? The former Master of Ordnance, I should say. Besides, find a replacement, that is. We already have one lined up. Execute him, that could be fun. I'm not executing. Stand down, release him, I have no intention. Iconoclast. I believe I'm headed down the Iconoclast. Yeah, Dogmatic and Heretical is the other option, and I'm not going Heretical. Stand down, release him. I have no intent of punishing a man for a moment of weakness. Not after the terrible attack we've had endured. Abelard stares unblinkingly at the Master of Ordnance. Cease your sniveling. You disgrace yourself and your entire clan. Enough. The hysterics are over. Let us resume. Master of Ordnance stands up, wipes blood from his broken nose. His face is the picture of shock. What just happened seemed to be drawing on him only now, and the knowledge of the fate he has narrowly escaped. To summarize, we have sustained serious losses in crew members, and we require a new Engine Seer Prime and Navigator. Is this all that is preventing us from continuing the voyage? Precisely, Lord Captain. But bear in mind that this will not be the end of our trials. The ship's systems must be properly inspected for major damage, which can only be carried out at Footfall Station, home to the only dry dock in the sector. But we will never reach footfall without first solving the three immediate problems. What can you tell me about the system in which we currently find ourselves? I secede to the Voxmaster on this point, Mistress Ptolemy. We are in the Rykod star system, and our voyage here was undertaken on the orders of your lordship's predecessor. There are 3 inhabited bodies in this system, and our attempts to send Vox messages have produced confounding results. The Novus Nobilite station has not simply failed to answer, it seems to be maintaining a total Vox silence. However, we did receive a distress signal from the prison planet in the system, and Rylux Minoris itself is also not responding to our hails. But what is most alarming is that our augurs have intercepted signals from the surface that seem to indicate ongoing hostilities on the planet. The situation is not very encouraging, but without a navigator or tech priest and new crew members, we won't be able to travel anywhere. Therefore, we must go to the planet and the Novus Nobilite station and find out what in the void is going on. Thank you all for your reports. Dismissed. Assembled officers salute you as one. Your Lordship, there is one other thing, a confidential matter of utmost importance. Lady Theodora Abelard hesitates. Your eternally esteemed predecessor brought the ship here to this system for a reason. She was given a secret commission. You perhaps are wondering who was the authority to commission a rogue traitor to do anything, and I shall tell you. The Lord Inquisitor, the Hand of the Emperor, the chief architect of his will in the Chronos Expanse. I came across a strange handwritten letter on Theodora's desk. It was signed XC. You are referring to the contents of that note, I presume. Yes, quite right. XC. Xavier Calcazar. Hey, Jameson, how you doing, buddy? That's not good. I'm sorry. Lady Theodora was to seek out the Lord Inquisitor's right-hand man, one Heinrichs von Kolix. An interrogator, you understand. All I know is that he is somewhere in this system. That we must find him and offer him whatever assistance he requires, and then deliver him to Footfall in the Furbodasan system. Finding him without any more information to go on would be difficult indeed, but an Inquisitor is an important individual. The authorities in the system, either the Navis Nobilite or the Governor of Rykod Minoris, may know something. That is all of it, Your Lordship. You have a great deal of work ahead of you, but it is a mere taste of the daily burden of a rogue trader. Soon you must take up the reins of the Von Valisius Protectorate. Abelard gives you another scrutinizing look, as if trying to gauge how long you will hold out under this mountain of problems. His face softens slightly, and it seems he is about to offer some words of encouragement. Idra, Sister Argenta, explain yourselves. Sister grimly nods towards Idra. The Psyker is suffering some ailment or dark madness. She insisted on seeing the rogue trader. I judged that it would be unwise to leave her unsupervised. For a brief moment, Sister Argenta's voice sounds hesitant. was also hoping to approach you with a personal request, but it can wait. Speak with me when you have time, rogue trader. Indra's glazed eyes rove over those assembled. One word bursts from her lips: daybreak. Idra, come to your senses. Damn it. Idra presses her fingers to her temples in desperation. Your lordship, here's the thing. I was trying to see the immediate future, and it hit me so hard. My head is still spinning. Something very strange is heading our way, and I cannot make out what it is, no matter how hard I try. A single word is all I can make out. Daybreak. Or maybe it's dawn? And it's ringing, and ringing like an echo, like a bell. But if it's daybreak, then why is it so dark? We cannot extract any information of value from a single word. Can you tell us anything else, Mistress Class? No, not yet anyway. The voices are going berserk, all shouting at once. I can't make sense of any of it. As soon as I know or sense anything, I'll report it all, alright? Lord Captain, if you want me to take a closer look into your future, find me on the bridge, and we can talk. Lady Theodora, I think is actually how they say her name, was well served by my whispers on many occasions, and I'm sure you would benefit from them as well. Psyker's bitten lip stretches into a wiry smile. If there's nothing else of value to report, I declare the briefing concluded. It's time we get to work. So this is home base. Agents. Argenta.
Rogue trader.
Sister Argenta looks tired. There are dark circles under her eyes. Her hair is somewhat disheveled. And she moves like she's a little on edge. You said you have a personal request for me.
I indeed have a request, rogue trader.
Accused servants of chaos who assaulted the ship took the lives of your loyal crew members. And they orphaned many children, including the progeny of the brave officers who defended their posts until the bitter end. I don't know what customary practices there are for cases like this on Von Valencia's territory, but in the world I'm familiar with, the children of such brave souls could expect to receive some special consideration. Perhaps the road trader can meet with the orphans. Properly provide for, but a personal meeting with the rogue trader is too much. I will meet with them, no formalities needed. These are the children of the people who gave their lives for the Von Valencia dynasty. My consideration is the least that they deserve. I will pass on your instructions. Thank you for taking my request to heart. Motley group of adolescents do not take their eyes off you, gazing at you as if you are a creature straight out of a fairy tale. Are indefatigable I have no idea what that word is. Sister has been keeping an eye on these pups. Abelard glances at the gathered children. It is hardly the Scholar Perjurium in here, but we have provided the orphans on our ship with adequate care and instruction. Argentia is standing to the side of the group. At your approach, she perks up and announces, her voice ringing. Brave ones, the master of this ship has appeared before you, the one who guides it through the darkness of the universe by the Emperor's will. Greet your Lord Captain, the rogue trader of House von Valencia. I, the rogue trader and Lord Captain of this ship, speak to you now. Your parents gave their lives for a just cause and brought honor to the von Valencia banners and those of the Imperium. I am proud of them, and I believe that you will become their worthy heirs. Your Lord Captain greets, worthy heirs. Teenagers hang on your every word with bated breath. Only a few at the far end of the row seem sullen and not particularly impressed with your speech. One of the scowling visitors with a thin scar across his face tosses his head back and says bitterly, "So what? Why should we care? Our friends and parents died in their dozens for you noble lot. You just give us speeches?" Argenta quickly turns to the boy. A fury of emotions flash on her dark eyes, like she wants both to calm him and scold him for his impudence. Address the group. If you have things to say them without fear. I will listen. The boy smiles grimly. It doesn't matter what we say. It won't bring our parents back. And it won't change our fates either. We'll keep slaving away on this ship until we drop or die like our folks, or worse. Understand your grief. Do you know that Yamal has an option to upgrade the dropship? I did not. I did. In Mech Warrior 5. I did not know that. That's interesting. We'll have to look into that. I understand your grief and dismay. Your parents died. It's not an easy thing to go through, but they gave their lives for the truth, for the good of the whole ship, for the Imperium. Do not speak of their honorable fate with anger and disdain. A lot of options. There's a new toggleable option. It should look like the thing in the group DM. Okay, I'll look at it afterwards. When the heretics who killed your parents attacked the ship, I was there. I took command. I fought and repelled the assailant as quickly as I could. But no war can be won without loss. You can only strive to do what is within your power. Strong have the power to decide the fate of others. That's not where we're gonna go. When the heretics who killed your parents attacked the ship, I was there. I took command. I fought and I repelled the assault as quickly as I could. But no war can be won without losses. You can only strive to do what's within your power. You heard the rogue trader. His words carry the wisdom of the Imperium. It's hard to say whether or not your words have left an impression on the boy, but he nods slowly. Then he catches himself and gives you an awkward bow. Abelard gives a sign, and the servants immediately emerge carrying packaged treats with Von Valencia emblazoned on the wrappers. It appears that the seneschal came prepared for any contingency. Argentia rubs her temple pensively. She smiles and offers a few more words of encouragement, then leaves the bay. Ugh. There's an axe. How may I serve you? I wish to bolster the morale of my crew. Saving. Fellowship test succeeded. It is done, Lord Captain. You address the crew with a rousing speech and hear the voices roll through the ship, racing even the normally quiet corners of the vessel. When the broadcast ends, you hear a distant shout of approval. Why do you look so strange? My appearance comes from my heritage. Generation after generation of people who spent their entire lives in the depths of this void ship. Neither we nor our ancestors have ever left our home. But the same can be said about many denizens of the Imperium's million worlds. We are used to the silence of the cosmos and the voices of the ship. There are thousands of us, but we dwell far from the Lord Captain's upper decks and remain unseen. We are the Voidborn. Where does the word Voidborn come from? How do the others on the ship treat you? We look, speak, and move differently from the inhabitants of the planetary worlds. Our way of life, traditions, and quirks frighten those people just like the darkness of the cosmos. Many believe us to be bringers of ill fortune, and alas, it is the Voidborn who get the blame for terrible warp phenomena during longer voyages. Several years ago, an unfortunate warp jump caused all the food on board to spoil. 15 days later, a hungry and furious crew nearly massacred everyone on the lower decks, blaming us for the misfortune, and hoping to restock the larders with our flesh. I would have been killed during the mutiny had Idra not shown up in the right place at the right time. She came to my rescue, and the scoundrels' fear of her was even greater than their fear of the Voidborn. Yeah. Looks like you're close friends with Idra. The Voidborn seldom make friends, especially among the captain's entourage, but you see, many consider Idra to be different. I am different too. We have spent plenty of time in each other's company, discussing regicide over a glass of amasec. Except Indra changed after one incident, and we started to drift apart. The death of Lord Captain Theodora made her withdraw even more. I do not know if Idra considers me her friend now, but we used to be very, very close. It is good I can still look after her in my own way. Interpreting the Voxmaster's emotions based on half of a face and a Vox-modulated voice is no easy task, but you manage to catch the undercurrent in Vigdis's words. The Voxmaster is not merely saddened by the rift, she is devastated by it. Have you ever left the ship? Oh, I did once, and it was dreadful. It felt like the massive blue dome overhead could shatter at any moment and fall, and my bones would be crushed by the gravity. Trying to ward off the flood of memories. The ship is my home, Lord Captain, and I would not trade it even for the bounty of 100 worlds. Tell me about the lives of the Voidborn. To us, the groans, creaks, and murmurs of the ship sound the way babbling brooks and singing birds do to world dwellers. We hear the ship breathe, know what it is feeling and thinking. We are a part of the ship just like it is a part of us. We perform numerous functions, and there are many officers among our number. Some maintain order and prevent mutiny, others serve as shepherds and support the crew, and some devote themselves to mending the body and spirit of the vessel. Most of the Voidborn are members of large void ship dynasties that bear responsibility for the current aspect of the ship's life. For 300 years, the main branch of the Ptolemon dynasty has produced the ship's Vox Masters, and most of our subordinates come from the cadet houses of the dynasty. How do you find life? Whoops. Nope. How do you find life? Life has been quite generous to me, Lord Captain. I am the Vox Master, and only the best in the dynasty can become one. By virtue of my skills and position, no one has ever denied me anything. Our family claims a spacious section for its denizen. I also enjoy long walks through the narrow and dimly lit corridors of the ship, listening to the sounds of her activity, falling asleep and waking to the chanting of hymns, and admiring the stars beyond, of course. Where does the word Voidborn come from? Because we are children born in the void between the stars, be it the womb of a traveling vessel, or an orbital station or a forgotten asteroid station. Low gravity voyages through the warp, and the countless dangers of space travel. Everything others hate and dread is second nature to us. That's all for now. I live to serve, Lord Captain. Come on. Void's Men at Arms, Bridge, Technomat. I wish there was a way of locking on the tab button. Also, the order to move doesn't seem to always be accepted. this my personal quarters? It is. This hefty tome contains schematics of the flagship of House von Valencia, in addition to a plethora of notes, copies of reports, and other documents. This majestic portrait painted by a skilled artisan greets guests who have been granted permission to enter the Lord Captain's quarters. Coat of arms of House von Valencia is crowned with the text of the Oath of Rogue Traders, the Emperor's faithful servant. I would be curious to know more about the lore of Rogue Traders. Position of the pieces on the board suggests the game of regicide was interrupted. The winner was never determined. The glittering of the displayed weapons is mesmerizing. You have never seen many of these articles before. This fine sculpture made from the stagnant metal, from a strange metal, seems to absorb any rays of light that fall upon it. Liturgies of the faithful to his word and name. The text below this solemn heading looks noticeably faded. It appears that the prayer book has been kept open to this page for a very long time. Light spotted, blah blah blah. That looks to be the same. Sit idle for many years. The ticking of the clock is too quiet for its bulky size. The light glittering off the polished skull of some unknown Xenos makes it seem like the bony face is mocking you. Ooh. Blast wave. Heirloom auto pistol. Wrath of Saint Drusus. I may have bought all the DLCs too, by the way. I may have got the fancy version of the game. Bookshelves are packed with ancient books, piles of papers, and tomes, many of which look rather worn. What's in the vault? Oh, is this like just store shit here kind of a thing? Okay. Captain's personal cogitator. Shrine of Remembrance. I assume these are people who did stuff. Not sure what they did. I don't know if it's the credits or if it's the people who played in the beta or alpha or just what. The long dead eyes of this ferocious monster forever capture the fear and pain of its final moments. You know you're living the good life when bathing becomes a spectator sport. Or when your bath is your living room? Depends on your point of view, I guess. Water's calming murmurs and the warm steam feel inexplicably deceptive. A moment of weakness and rest promise this is nothing but danger. Ah, we're having one of those thoughts, those days. The weakness shall not claim me. I wish my bed looked like this. My bed has a hole in it from where I sleep at. I'm done now. Cracked data slate. The final transactions of the Chantis are complete. The fiery reckoning is now fully equipped. The object has been loaded aboard with its containment intact and placed in the forebay to ensure maximum contact with the target. Coordinates sent and received by the bridge. Target's estimate time of arrival in system. The fiery reckoning is crewed by a servitor hive. Chances of the ship returning are minimal. Estimated time. Unfinished letter. His chagrin is irrelevant. Vigatov's mistake cost me too much. Years of work, tremendous resources, all wasted. He has failed at what he was supposed to be irreplaceable at, uncovering spies, and this one was a senior officer. I am not about to discard him. Kunrad has served me for too long for his removal to go painlessly from the Protectorate. Besides, he is no fool. He could not have seriously expected to become the next in the von Valancius line when his skills and talents as Master of Whispers are so valuable. Let his disinheritance serve as a humiliating but instructive lesson from which he may yet learn. That didn't work out well, did it? Beyond the stained glass, the distant stars glimmer in the darkness of endless space, filling you with an odd sense of dread. There's a space back here. Unless it's a faulty wall? No. There's the door right there, I betcha. Either that or it's a bookcase. Could be a bookcase. Going out and back in is not going to work well. I will say that. That first step's a doozy. Well, it looks like the void ship is ours. And we managed to survive. We got some more talking to do, and then we've got to rebuild our retinue and our ship and all of that fun stuff. But that is all going to have to wait for another day. Because this is where we're going to call it. Thank you guys for joining me. I really do appreciate it. Save game. STREAM 1. Save. Alright. Thank you guys for joining me. I really do appreciate it. we should be back to this tomorrow is the plan, and then depending on how that goes, Sunday as well. Monday will then be Mech Warrior, and then we'll go from there. Tuesdays are supposed to be my days off now, and then Wednesday will be something, and then Thursday's my day off now, theoretically. I get to play with those days off, though, so... that's where we sit. Discord is always open, you guys. We'd love to have you. Links in the About Me page, or feel free to ask the bot. Other than that, I think that's everything. Thank you guys again so much for joining me and hanging out. Really do appreciate it. So, stay safe. Be careful. And if I don't see you sooner, I'll see you later.